Oh, oh, I forgot. Oh, oopsies. Hello. It has been quite a bit. Or at least it feels that way. It feels that way, at least. Even this feels too bright. I just wanna... There we go. I think I wanna put away this and just have this. Hello. I just bring myself up close-ish. I like when it's like here instead. And then oh, there you go. You can be over. Hello, it has been a couple days. I've been sleeping a lot and have not been in the best state. I kind of forced myself out of bed. And to be fair, I probably could have stayed in there. I probably could have stayed in there for longer. I just do not have energy. I have felt so tired. and so drained. And I should probably reset that. That's a little misleading. Let me reset it. Oh my goodness. I have been asleep or sleeping continuously since Friday. And I think that should work. Do it like this instead. There we go. I was thinking, I was like, I should probably restart that. Long story short, it's been really bad depression. It's been being really sore. I've just not been well. I've just not. I recently ran out of my medication. I'd considered getting more, but I figured I'd have to go through the process all over again of talking to my doctor and then scheduling a phone call and then essentially being like, hey, I'm in more pain, I need the hard stuff again. And I've gone back to over-the-counter stuff, and it's been alright. But I think things have been recovering, like nerves and stuff. And as a result, a lot of pain is coming back. But I have found myself just very, very, very under and sad. And when Saturday came, and I just did not have any will to do anything. Like, what day was it? Like, Saturday, yeah. Saturday, I had a really bad dissociative episode. I kind of don't remember most of it. I just remember Jester said something to me and everything just shut down. And Jester said it was like I became a mannequin, just kind of looking through everything with tears. I had just really bad disassociation. Like, he was like, you would still kind of respond. He was like, if I like tried to get you to stand up, you would stand up. And you would like slowly follow, but you wouldn't like say or do anything. And I I don't remember any of it. I don't remember any of it. I just know that I was at some point when I came to, all I could do was sleep. I remember being up for a couple hours and then going back to sleep again, and then I didn't have the dissociative episode on Sunday. I was asleep for a while again. Up until Gilligan's. And then my brain was just going manic for that time. Just trying really hard to not appear sad. Like, heavy masking. Really heavy masking. And I remember I just remember after Gilligan's, Jester was home for like about an hour or so during, the last bit. He was like, hey, I have to step out because work's doing like a little employee thing. I'm gonna go to that for a little bit. He was like, are you gonna be okay being alone? And I was like, I think so. And then he left and I went back to bed. I think he was gone for like 2 hours. And I was asleep. Just hard asleep. The crazy thing is, despite all this sleep, I don't feel rested at all. I don't feel rested. I feel heavy. Definitely dehydrated. Just not good. Just not good. Just very, very depressed. A lot of crying, a lot of sleeping. A lot of, like, kind of... Excuse me. I'm sorry for all the yawning, I swear. I'm sorry for all the yawning. Sorry for all the yawning. I what was I? A lot of sleeping, a lot of crying, and a lot of bad thoughts. A lot of bad thoughts. And kind of like I didn't have it in me to stream Sunday because I was like, there was like times where I wasn't even sure where I was. And considering that gap in my memory, I was scared. So I didn't stream on Saturday because I was like, I can't mask, I can't put on a face or a voice or anything. I can't do any of it. And I found myself going back to sleep a couple more times. And Jester was like, hey, I'm gonna wake you up at around this time so that you can please get some food in your system because you haven't eaten. And I remember waking up, eating something, having something to drink. And Jester was like, how about you take a shower? You're probably really tense. Maybe take a shower. And if you go back to sleep, then you go back to sleep. And that's what happened. I took a shower. And I went back to sleep. And then Friday, the whole day was sleep. I'm trying to remember. Thursday was a lot of sleep too. So Thursday, Friday, Saturday. 4 days of sleep. 4 days. Because I slept a lot on Thursday. I slept a lot. And then we went to an appointment Thursday? No. No, not Thursday. No, I'm confusing days. I did have an appointment on Thursday, but that was early in the morning. And yeah. Yeah. I also threw up on Thursday. And then I ate something after.
The bread is here.
Wandering Hero, thank you for 26 months.
All this
I'm sorry
away.
if I'm like,
What a waste.
if I sound like I'm about to fall asleep. Thursday. I didn't sleep most of Thursday. I slept a chunk of Thursday. And then Friday, I slept all of it. And then Saturday, I slept most of it. And Saturday, we went to an appointment. And that one was in the middle of the day. That one was at like 4. That one was to talk to the wedding photographer. And then and then we went home and I went to sleep. Yeah, I went to sleep. And I just, yeah, wait. Everything's jumbled. It wasn't Saturday that I had the big disassociative. That was Friday. Friday, I had the big disassociative because, no, I didn't have it on Saturday. It was Friday. Friday, I had the big dissociative episode. Oh my god. And then, yeah. And then Saturday, I slept a lot. We went to the appointment. Came back. And more sleep. I couldn't. goodness. I've only been up for 2 hours. The first hour was making toast because I would cut it and then I'd lay it on like the baking dish. And then I'd just like forget what I was doing. So I'd sit down for a bit and disassociate, and then I was like, what was I doing? And I was like, oh, it took me 40 minutes to make toast. To make 3 slices of toast. I just kept just not being there. It didn't take me that long to eat it. I had to like it was literally just buttered toast. The bread I had baked more bread on Thursday after physio. We got home from physio and I made bread dough, let it like rise and fall several times, and then baked it. And today I cut some and toasted it, and that took me forever. When I put it in the broiler, I told myself I had to stay in front of it and I couldn't leave, because then I would burn it because of the broiler being really hot. So I told myself I couldn't get away from the broiler, so I didn't burn my toast. But in cutting it, it was like cuts toast, goes off to get something, remembers that she cut a slice of bread, returns like 10 minutes later, and do that 3 times. And then like took forever buttering it after toasting it, because my brain was like, how much butter do I want? I don't want that much butter, but this is like long. This bread is long. Should I just like use less butter? And I can't remember. And then that took me about 20-ish minutes to eat. 20-30 minutes to eat. Cause same thing, I would eat some of my toast and I'd be like, this is really crunchy. And then I'd get up to get something to drink, and I'd come back and I'd drink that. And then I'd have more the other slice, and I was like, yeah, that's really crunchy. And I don't know, like the disassociation is crazy, if that's what that is. And yeah, I hope that was the most amazing tasting toast that you had for the amount of sheer power invested. It was pretty good, but it was really crunchy. I think I over toasted, cause like when I toast on a toaster, I like it to be toasty, but the bread I made is a little thick. It's kind of dense, and it's got a roll shape. It's got like when you get a loaf of sourdough and it's like round. That's how my bread looks. Cause I didn't make it in like a sandwich bread pan. So it's got this like roll where it's like long and like roundish. And it won't fit in my toaster unless I cut it. But I don't want to do that. So I'll line a baking tray And you put it on the baking tray and I'll broil each side for 5 minutes. But I think that was too long. Because it ended up being like the edges were really, really crunchy. And like, unless it was a thicker slice, the center wouldn't be as chewy. So it didn't really feel like it was toast. Like, not toasty, it was toast. So I think I have to like, instead of 5 minutes, I have to do like maybe 3 to 4 minutes on each side. Because I did 5 and then I waited a little bit. I would look at the clock for it to go 1 more minute, so like 6 minutes on each side. That might have been too much. It was better than pan toasting it though. Though the way I pan toasted it was that I would butter it and then I'd put it on the pan and then flip it 5 minutes in. And that way the butter's kind of cooked into the bread. And that one's good. But I kind of like... I like when I butter my bread and then I put when I toast the bread and then I put the butter on it. And the butter is like still kind of melty and creamy. I like that more. So broiling is definitely better. But the problem is that it doesn't toast as evenly, which is crazy when you're putting it under a broiler. But that's just how it comes out. And oh, sorry, excuse me. What was I saying? I need to get a, well, I don't need it. I have something I could use in lieu of a bread pan, but it won't a sandwich bread, but it won't look like, I don't know how I'm gonna make sandwich bread. I'm only able to make round loaf with the tools on hand, is round loaf, which means I can never put it in my toaster because the toaster makes the best toast. But I don't have it. I don't have a sandwich bread pan. I have to get one, but I don't want to. It's not the priority right now. The priority is making sure I have enough money so that I can make rent at the end of the month. Shocking how hearing you yawn and seeing is not compelling me. Actually, 1 second. Oh. That was nice. That big dono that I got from someone who did it on Fourth Wall that I kind of yammered about last week finally came in. So there's that. So that's some money that can go into rent. Which means I still have to make up the other half. But that's a relief. I have been worrying. I have been checking my status for unemployment, for medical unemployment, and I still haven't gotten any sort of reply or response on how that's going. Though they say it's average 20 to 30 days. In a couple days it'll be 30 days. Yeah. Again, I've been using my soup pot. Not my soup pot. It's like a Dutch oven pot that I use for like stews and stuff. I've been using that out to make my bread. Because you can put the dough in it and then just bake it in there. It can go in the oven. and then you just cover it and then it becomes bread. And it sure has been one way to use up like the copious amount of flour we have. I say copious, but we don't really bake or do anything. But the occasional time we would do, like, for example, like the rare instance we would do schnitzel. And Jester would be like, I need flour. And he'd just buy a big bag of flour. And it's just like, well, what are we gonna do with all this now? So now I can bake bread. And and bread. Yeah, we can make bread. We can use the flour, and it'll mean we won't have to even buy bread for a bit. So you're saying the bread can be here? Huh? I feel like I've wasted a week. Aside from physio and the appointment, I did go on a couple walks with Jester, but I don't have the energy for anything. At first I was just not gonna stream and just completely write this week off, but I was so sad. And my brain was like, well, if you're not gonna stream today, what's the point of streaming ever again? And I was like, I don't like that thought very much. I don't like that thought you just thought, brain. I don't like that. And that's among all the episodes of Dissociation. I wasn't sure. I was like, if I do stream today, what am I even gonna do? Like, what am I even gonna do? I don't have the brain power right now to take notes. I can't play anything. My mind is barely even here. It is a lump of dough that does not have enough yeast to rise. And so it stays flat. And the dough is like sticky. And you can't even make good flatbread with it because you'll stretch it and it'll just come back. and want to be a ball again, so you can't even like turn it into flatbread. It just becomes like rubber. But I told my brain, you can't be like that, brain. And my brain was like, well, this is all we can be right now. Because and my body's been so tense, which has not been good for my back or my arm. It's been very tense. Like, even now I can feel all the tension. Just this soaring insecurity. Like, yeah, I just I can't stay awake, but I can't go back to sleep. I can't go back to sleep. I don't want to. And most of my panic attacks, because I've had a couple of those, well, they're more like meltdowns, where I just shut down and cry, have been about the wedding, because there are still some things we haven't worked out yet, and it's in less than 2 months, and I don't know what to do. I found myself being like just unable. I still can't do anything. I have to go on Thursday, my seamstress, where she's gonna take my measurements with the dress again, and we're gonna talk about the alterations, and I'm just terrified. I don't want to do that. I don't want to go and do that. I don't want to. We still have to talk to somebody about a cake. I don't want to. I don't want a cake. I don't want anything. I still have to, well, I think I found a makeup and hair person, and we were talking back and forth, and then she just stopped answering me. So I've just kind of been like, yeah, I wouldn't want to do that either. Like, the person I found, they seemed receptive, and then I was like, hey, would you be open to like doing like a meeting so that you can see what you're working with and be able to give me a more accurate quote? Would we be able to meet up on a certain day that works best with you? Are you even available on this day? Because I made a community post on like the town community board that I needed a makeup and hair artist, and she replied and messaged me, only for her to then stop replying to me. I should probably give her another message and be like, hey, checking in, I'm willing to work with you. I need a makeup and hair person. This is a wedding on the weekend, and a lot of makeup and hair places here that do stuff for weddings, they don't want to work with just the bride. They want a wedding party, and I don't have a wedding party. I don't have bridesmaids. I don't have 4 other people aside from me for the makeup artist to work on. And we still haven't even figured out if we want to serve alcohol. But every time the conversation about serving alcohol comes up, it's like, well, then you need a bartender, which means you have to have someone with serving it right. And then you have to think about what alcohol you're gonna bring. And then, you know, how, like, you know, do you want it to be a cash bar? Or do you want it to just be a free, like, what do you want? And I'm just like, can we just not serve alcohol and not worry about this at all? Fuck that. Can we just say no and not do any of that? Because I would rather not think about that. I don't care. I'm almost just be like, I'm about to be just like, how about we don't give a fuck about that? We just bring copious amounts of coolers and let people do what the fuck they want. Because it's mostly going to be adults anyway. So I don't care about a bartender and the cash bar, and I don't care. We can just not do it. We can just not serve alcohol. There's a bar down the road. There's a bar down the road from the venue if they want to get themselves a fucking drink. I don't care. Yeah, again, I found someone who, like, claims to do bridal makeup. It's just then she stopped replying to me when I was like, hey, do you want to meet up so that you can, like, do you want us to meet up at some point before the wedding so that you can look at what you're working with here? We can talk about your method and stuff. I can get a look at your studio. Just, no, just dead. Right after that, just dead reply, to which a part of me is like, did I just avoid getting murdered? I don't know. Maybe she just, like, stopped looking at her phone or some shit. I don't know. I can, it's been like, I think 2 or 3 days. I can hit her up with another message and be like, hey, so, like, checking in. I would like, I've looked at your website. It looks pretty good. You're in town. I have no qualms going to your studio. I would just need to be ready to go makeup and hair by this time, which is fair. Just want to know if that's within your schedule. If you don't even have this day free, I'll keep looking. This is why I didn't want a wedding. When I was, you know how, like, they say that every girl, like, dreams of their wedding? Like, first off, I didn't even think I'd get this far. And 2, I looked at that and I was like, sounds complicated. Don't care. I never wanted a wedding. Like, it sounds nice on paper, but then you have to figure it all out. you have to look for the venue. You have to look for somebody who will marry you. You have to decide if you want to do traditional vows or if you want to write your own vows. You have to look for a stereo or a speaker system, because if the venue doesn't come with one, you're gonna have to find it somewhere if it's not up your ass. That means you're gonna have to find an MC. If you're going to serve alcohol and the place doesn't have a bar attached to itself with like its own crew, well, I guess that means you gotta find your own bartender. If the place doesn't even have its own bar, I guess you also gotta find your own liquor. Food. If it's not at a restaurant or anything that does catering, guess what? Gotta find a caterer. What does that mean? Means you gotta have a head count. You know what that means? Means you gotta make your guest list. You know what that means? It means you gotta go on top of every single person and be like, hey, you need to let me know if you're coming and if you're bringing a +1, and you have to feel annoying asking them, hey, are you guys coming or not? Why? I need an accurate head count, because if I don't, then I don't know what to tell the caterer, and then I don't know how many seats I need, and then I don't know how many people to pay for, because some caterers have a flat rate for how many people, but anything more, that plate is extra. And then if you don't, then that's food wasted, and you don't want to waste food. And then when you have that accurate head count, and then you have to order a cake or a cupcake tower, how many cakes? How many cupcakes? Do you want somebody to be able to have maybe a second or two? Do you want to factor in that maybe there might be some asshole that brings a surprise +1? I don't know. Better think about it. What do you want your cake made out of? Do you want it to be tiered? Do you want it to be layered? Do you want it to be a cupcake tower? Again, frosting, buttercream, fondant, flavor, decorations. How do you want it to look? Do you even fucking want it? Music. Gotta pay a music fee. Canada makes you pay a music fee to play music at your wedding, because your wedding's not considered a private event, it's considered a public event, which is also why you need a bartender who has a bartending license and a serve it right place. Do you want nice photos? Gotta get a photographer. How long do you want the photographer there? You gotta make a bus list. You gotta make a list of all the people you want to be taking pictures with, but it's probably only gonna be family. Friends, wedding parties don't really do that, or the bus shots are gonna be mostly for family to capture those moments, and then it's gonna be, you know, the bride and the groom doing stuff. And actually, so that example photo on my image gallery, the only reason that was able to happen was because the couple getting married were already married before, and this was like their third wedding. So they took all their, you know, they took all their couple pictures the day before. So they already saw each other before the wedding ceremony, and you know, your venue doesn't let you work or do anything the day before, so you're just kind of fucked. So you can't even get like the shots where you're like, oh, those would be really nice wedding. Nope, you can't get those, because you're doing the traditional thing where the bride and the groom can't see each other or know what they're wearing for the wedding. And what are you doing about rings? I mean, the engagement rings were already enough money, but are you gonna get wedding bands? Are you gonna have a ring bearer, a flower girl? Are you guys gonna do a ring warming ceremony, or is there someone who's gonna hold on to the rings? How are you gonna decorate the hall? The hall doesn't decorate itself. If you get a hall venue, what are you gonna have? Colors, decorations, a theme, no theme? Do you want, what's a ring warming ceremony? So So apparently a ring warming ceremony, because I only recently learned about this, and it was Jester's mom who came up with the idea. Because she was like, this might be a nice thing to do. Because that's... So let me preface this with the fact that I've been asked several times if there's any family traditions that are done at weddings, and having to look at my upcoming mother-in-law dead in the eye and say, my parents didn't really have a wedding. I don't know. We don't have traditions. I remember dressing up. My mom was in a gown and my dad was in a suit. We went to a courthouse or some sort of church thing. They got married, and then we went home and we had like a little party with like a cake that you would get at like a supermarket. And that was their wedding. And she was like, oh, so your parents didn't have a wedding? And I was like, I don't know if you would call that a wedding. I don't know what it was. And she's like, well, a ring warming ceremony is when they take the wedding rings and they pass it around the wedding guests pass it around and they hold on to it for a little bit. And, you know, the idea is that they're supposed to put like a good thought or a blessing onto the rings. And then it's supposed to go down the aisles and then eventually make their way back to the couple. And it's called ring warming because in all those people holding it, the rings get warmed up. And then you do that. It's like a English, northern, Nordic. It usually doesn't take too long. Obviously, the bigger wedding parties, the longer it would take, but it normally doesn't take that long. You hold on to it, you hold it for a couple seconds, you pass it to the next person, and it goes down. And that's well and good, I guess. So the photographer was asking us, like, how's our day going to be going? How's the wedding going to be like? What's the schedule for this wedding? And I looked at her and I was like, the ceremony's at 3 and dinner's at 5. And she's like, uh-huh. What else is there? And she's like, okay. She's like, okay. So your ceremony is gonna be about 20 minutes. If there's gonna be any like sort of like formal or informal vows, you know, sometimes that extends or shortens it. Then, you know, people have their own little like their traditions and stuff. So, and that's when she also brought up ring warming. So she's like, if people do like a ring warming thing, depending on the party, that takes about 10 to 15 minutes. And, you know, and then there's like what you guys are gonna do like after the ceremony. That's where it's gonna be a lot of the pictures. That's gonna be, you know, like about 40 minutes, 30 to 40 minutes. And then there's gonna be probably that time where we take some pictures of like bride and groom around the venue, in the hall, and all that stuff. And then maybe that's gonna be like first dance sort of thing. And I looked at her and I was like, we could maybe do like a cake cutting. She was like, okay, well the cake cutting's usually for after dinner. And I'm like, I don't have you for after dinner. So I guess I cut the cake early. We get a nice picture. And then whatever happens to the cake happens. I don't even like cake. She's like, okay. Okay. Like, oh no, I cut the cake. I cut into the cake a little. Who cares? I don't give a fuck. I don't even like cake. It's been awful. Then there's like a bouquet. I don't have a bouquet. I think I know what I kind of would like for a bouquet, but I haven't gone to any sort of florist for that shit. Most of the reason I haven't also looked into this shit is because it's like, hi, I'm not working for 3 months. With what fucking money? I'm trying to make sure I can make my rent. Yeah, it's fine. It's like, it's mostly about the photo. It's not like we're cutting a slice out of the cake. It's just cutting the cake together and calling it that. Like, I don't know. Like, the wedding hasn't even happened and I already want it to be over. I'm doing a wedding because everyone else wants a wedding. Like, I've been like, yeah, it sounds nice. Sounds like a nice thing to have, but I grew up not wanting a wedding for this specific reason. I didn't want to worry about all of this stuff. But I also knew that there was no point in getting like a wedding planner because I can't afford that stuff. And while Jester's family has been very kind to be willing to pay for a good chunk of stuff, I don't know how all this goes. Like, they ask about like traditions and this and that, and I'm just like, I don't have anything for you. I don't have anything. What traditions? What things that you guys do during what? I don't fucking know. You think I've only ever gone to fucking white people weddings. And I've only gone to two weddings. One of them was like a garden party wedding, so it was very casual. And then the other one was like last year, was like Jester's cousin. And that was a backyard wedding. So one of them was like a church garden wedding, and then the other one was a backyard wedding. I've gone to two very distinctly different weddings that were both outside. And a part of me was just like, yeah, that looks pretty lax. Just do everything from your backyard and done. Everybody get out and like you're done. The backyard wedding though, they had a property that had this huge backyard. So it's like, well, yeah, why not? Here's your venue right here. Just fucking, just pretty up the lawn, just pretty up the backyard a little bit, and then put your funny arch with your funny flowers and call it a day. Like, this is also kind of why a part of me was like, I'm willing to have the wedding next year. Because that would have been more time to like really cement things and really like mentally prepare. I am not mentally prepared. And the more that people ask me, I hate people asking me how it's going. I have hated when anyone's been like, so how's the wedding planning going? And it's just been like, it's not. I've just looked them dead in the eye and said, it's not. And then just the, oh, is everything okay? And I'm like, no, it's not. And Jester has to be like, it's moving along. She's just really stressed. I've just had to look at them with that. I give them that face of, you shouldn't have asked that question. You could have asked literally anything else. You could have asked me what my last most painful shit was, and I would have been more happier to answer than how's the wedding planning going. Obviously, I don't say all that, but... And the only person I don't answer that way to is my mother-in-law. I've just been like, it's been stressful. But everybody else, I'm like, how dare you fucking ask me this question? How fucking dare you? How fucking dare you? It's always women asking. The men never ask. They don't care. I like it that way. I like it that way. You'll know when you're there how the wedding planning went. You'll know when you're there how the wedding planning went. Don't fucking ask. That's, you know what? To be fair, maybe I'm not the right barometer for this, but right now I'm gonna say men or anybody out there. There's a new question you don't ask a woman. You don't ask her age, her weight, or how the wedding planning is going. Don't ask. She's stressed. Don't ask her. Unless she has a wedding planner, then she'll be like, my wedding planner says it's going well. But if she's fucking doing everything, or is the one kind of balancing the act, kind of, for the most part. I'm not doing absolutely everything, but it kind of feels like it at times. Don't ask her. Don't ask her. None of your business. Are you going? Are you going? You'll know when you're there. You'll know when you're there. Promise. That is a frontline debriefing, not a how's the weather. So you've chosen death. Don't ask. Don't ask her age, don't ask her weight, and if she's if she's getting married, don't ask her how the wedding's going. You will get one of two responses. You will get jaded anger, jaded, stilled anger, or crying. Maybe even some psychotic laughter. But you're not gonna get this is not a short talk. Like, if you're asking it because you're trying to make small talk, wrong question. Don't ask it. Don't ask it. Don't do it. Don't do it. An angel loses its wings when you ask a woman how her wedding planning is going. Don't ask. Don't ask. Say, how are things going? Because that way, if you are asking about the wedding, I still don't have to answer you. I can be like, today's doing pretty well. I saw a squirrel today. I can answer you with literally anything else because you didn't specify the question. The moment you specify the question, now I have to answer it, and I don't want to. Not all about this topic. No. You need to give me a way out. I need a way out. Kind of like when, like, if for whatever reason you are stupid enough to ask a woman her weight, I can be like, in pounds or kilograms? Do you want it in metric or in imperial? Because one number is smaller than the other. Even though, because, like, if you're asking for freedom units and I give you kilograms, you don't know. You won't know. You don't know the conversion rate off the top of your head, so I'm probably safe. But if I give you pounds, if you ask for pound, no, you're not getting that answer. I'm not telling you. I'm not telling you. Even if after I give you my number, you're like, wow, you don't look that way. And I'm gonna be like, thank you. You still shouldn't have asked. You're not giggling your way out of this one. I'm really sad there's no game today. Cody's birthday's tomorrow, and he's like, I don't want to have Fate this week. So everybody go to Deco and, like, say Stinky or something. Like, everyone mass Stinky Cody. I'm not even gonna shout him out because then he'll know that I sent people. Just go mass Stinky. Just everyone spam his chat with stinky. Like, we could have been having Fate in 2 hours and 15 minutes. I could have still been asleep and set an alarm and be like, you know what? The next 3 hours are at least going to be hopefully pretty okay before I go back to sleep and or cry. But no! I want to have a birthday donut on the day before and not on my birthday! It's fine. It's fine. How is this donathon working? Is it the same kind? Is it the kind of donathon where the more people donate, the shorter the stream is? Because his timer says 13 hours, but he's only been streaming for 5. So is it a 24-hour stream, or are people donating for like less time? What's going on here? I don't know, and I'm not going all the way back to know what the rules are. I don't care that much. What's happening? Why don't I have Fate today? We haven't had Fate in a month. Is it a month? Lynn, is it gonna be a month now since we had Fate? 3 weeks or 4 weeks? It's one of those. I mean, technically it's a new month. Yeah, but that doesn't mean a month has passed. Like, that's all I want to know. It feels like it's been at least... No, we had last week, didn't we? Yeah, we did have last week. And the week before that, we didn't have like 2 weeks. We did play last week. Yeah, I remember now. I remember now. I do. But yeah. Okay, never mind. It's still his fault. We don't get it. It's still his fault we don't get it this week, though. And tomorrow is his birthday. It's different. I'm tired. I'm so tired. But I can't fall asleep. I'm kind of sitting here being like, what do I do? I don't have the energy for anything. I just want to sleep. And even though I'm not like crying, like my eyes are wet and running and there's like tears everywhere, but I'm like so numb. My brain is so numb. I'm thinking, hopefully, when I'm no longer in this state, if I'm able to get through it, I want to plan a sing-a-thon. It'll take a bit. It'd be like a donathon, but it would be just one long karaoke stream. Where instead of having maybe overall milestones, we have smaller individual stuff where if people donated like a small amount, then I would, for example, like plug my nose and sing with my nose plugged. Or I would take like a spoonful of hot sauce and like we still have the what's it called? It's one of those hot ones, hot sauces. It's like atomic bomb or something. I could take a dab of that and then sing a song. If someone paid for it. Kind of essentially like little challenges and stuff. But I don't know. I don't know. I had more ideas in my head, but I can't remember anything now. There was like a dab of hot sauce, there was plugging my nose, there was maybe like in a character voice or trying to imitate a character. Maybe like with an accent, kind of sort of thing. Just to like make the songs kind of like silly. I was thinking about those like old karaoke toys that would come with like settings where when you would turn a dial or press a button, it would make things like weird. I would probably also find like some voice effects from Voice Mod. Maybe things that make them like really wiggly and wibbly. And sing like that. Things like that. And those would be smaller donation stuff. So like for $5, for $10, for $20. And I would essentially have like maybe like I'd have to keep track of how much everyone donates, but I could probably do that. Sing a song with the lyrics of a different song? No, that's not gonna work. That's gonna be too hard. That's gonna be too hard. That's gonna also probably sound awful. And while your mileage may vary on whether that's the point of all this or not, that requires looking into like keys and stuff, or like that would mean also giving the audience a pre-established list of the songs. And there's also a thing of, if let's say someone recommended a song, lyrics for a song that is already on the list, or a song I already don't know, it's not gonna work. I'm not doing that. It'd be an anticipated train wreck. I just don't think it would work, because that would require giving my song list. And if someone recommends a song I don't know, then it's not going to be fun for me. And I don't know. I don't like the idea. I don't think that's a good idea. So no. I'm not doing that. That's too much brain work. If there was like a pre-established mashup, then maybe, but it's that sort of thing where if nobody donates, it's just one long karaoke stream. If it's... How do I... Yeah, if nobody donated, it would just be essentially one long karaoke stream. But if people donated, it's that thing of like, it would be funny. It's something that would be funny. It was something that'd be different. It'd be something that'd be a little weird. Something that kind of like throws a wrench into it, not just kind of unravels the whole thing. And unfortunately, switching song lyrics, like, the only way I can consider streamlining it is that you'd be mixing, like, the lyrics of the song that comes after with the one that's being currently sung. And again, I feel like I would have to give away the list. I feel like the only way people would want to do that is if they can recommend the song. And again, if it's a song I don't know, then I have to go look up the lyrics, and that just kind of, it's gonna ruin the flow of everything. Maybe instead singing a song but having to skip a certain word. So that's gonna also be difficult, because I'm gonna be doing different languages. So there might be some English songs, there might be some Japanese, there might be some Spanish. And I'm gonna be real with you, it's gonna be harder to keep that in check for the Japanese. Because if someone's like, don't say fucking the word eternity, I know of like 2 words that can mean eternity, but there could also be other ways to say it. And I'm not gonna transcribe every single, like, I'm planning on this to be like a 6 to 8 hour thing. Maybe on the 6 hour mark. I have to think about the flow. I have to think about the flow, on top of the fact that I want to give myself some breaks so that I'm not like over exhausting my voice. It can't be anything that's too chaotic, or else it's just not going to be something fun to listen to as well. Because that's another thing too. I want it to be something that people want to be able to sit and listen to. Not like, well, now this sounds like fucking someone freaking, I don't know how to describe it. But I also want to think about my fun as well. Yeah. If I want outside ideas, I'll ask for them. Right now, I'm not taking outside ideas because unfortunately what the audience thinks is fun and what the streamer thinks is fun are two different factors. And normally what the audience considers fun doesn't consider what the streamer thinks is fun. And the streamer has to also think about not only having to do it, but then also having it be suitable content that can go to other mediums, something that can be cut up, that can preserve a flow. If you're not having fun, the audience won't have fun. Exactly. Yeah. Like for example, the reason people have enjoyed the spicy noodle karaoke is because even though I'm sniffling and slurping and is that I still try to keep my composure while singing the song. So that it's still like, oh wow, she's still able to like do this despite these hurdles, and then she has a in the middle that's funny, but I don't know. I have to consider both assets. Something the audience will find fun and something I will find fun. Alongside being something that it's like, oh yeah, no, I feel good posting this on YouTube with some audio editing. Like cutting up and posting on YouTube as a pseudo thing. We'll see though. I'm not sure. Cause they're supposed to be like little things to throw on to make songs a little like funnier or trickier to sing. And I'm still not sure if I would want to share the song list. And something that won't kill your ability to perform for the rest of the set. Yeah. Yeah. But yeah, I'm thinking of doing that. I want to do it sometime this month. But it could be in August. I don't know. I have to think about how I want to do this. But the point is to be like a donathon, and I could keep track of people's donations, and if they reach a personal threshold, then I still have a lot of checkies I can send out. Which for those who don't know, a checkie is essentially a small print the size of a photo card. The size of those like those Instax like Fujifilm photos. And essentially what I would be doing is I'd be like decorating, drawing, signing them. I'd put like a little stamp to show that it's from me. And then I would send them out. The Chibi debut I did last year. We actually ended up shipping some checkies. The only thing I felt bad with the last time I did them is that I didn't have card sleeves to send them in. And because I didn't have card sleeves to send them in, anyone who had gotten checkies, I sent it to them with a print. So there's at least 2 people out there in the world that have a Module print. Pretty sure. I can't remember who I gave the Module print to. But yeah. Someone got a Module print. Cause I think it was PJ Boy. Cause I think there were 2 people that got like the full set of 6. I know one of them was Crazy Fox. And I felt bad that I couldn't, cause I wasn't sure if I wanted to get like custom card sleeves or just normal card sleeves. And I couldn't think about it. And the time it would have taken for them to be made and sent was too long, longer than I would have liked. So I was like, okay, well, I can't do that. And I feel not fair getting like just some like old, you know, normal card sleeves. So I put them in a clear file, in like a clear file thing, with a print. I think someone, I felt so bad, but someone who got a print, their mailman bent it. I think I put please do not bend on all of the packages too, and one of them bent it. I was upset when they were like, hey, I got it. My mailman bent it. I was like, no. They're like, it's okay. But I was not happy. But I think the reason they bent it was because it wouldn't have fit in their mailbox, and the mailman has to ensure that it fits in the mailbox. But it's like, you can like do like a little roll up. They just fucking bent that bitch. I can't remember which one. I think it was, funnily enough, the person whoever got Module. Ah, man. But yeah. I'm so sleepy. I don't know how long I'll stream for. I told myself, please do not bend. It must be yeah, seriously. I'm trying to remember. One was Fox. One was PJ Boy. And my brain just... They were also from the Nat19 community, if I don't remember correctly. I don't know. But... I gave out I gave out some squeaky prints, and I gave out... I know specifically to the one that was a Nat19 community member that I knew I was like, they're from the Nat19 community, which I think... It's why I think it was PJ. They got a Modile print. They got the freaking, like, super exclusive Modile because only I have the Modile prints. There's the other Modile print that's like... Which one is it? It's the one with like her and her devil trigger. I really, really like that one. By Holy. I would love if I might ask Logan if I ever go to like another... If I ever go to another con, I'm gonna ask Logan if he can like give me like... If he could allow me to sell this one. I would love... Because the other one is like... It's nice, but I really love the Modile Devil Trigger one. Like that one's good. Bodylay got such good art. I'm still sad we never got the rest of the... We never got the rest of the Venice art for DMS. We got Arden, we got Fio. We got Gino. And we have Modile, but we never got Nicolo, we never got Manny. That makes me sad. Trying to think what else we've got. It's really funny looking at the Modile and Zinnia piece that makes it look like there's something so deep between them, and there really isn't. It's like, wow, what do these two characters have? A one-night stand, like a one-night stand, because she kept stuttering and being really nervous, and Marile was like, do you want me to help you with that? You look really tense. Do you want me to help you? Help you loosen up a little bit? And it was like, I'm talking about sex. Do you want me to sex you up a bit? I mean, loosen with sex. Pretty much. Pretty much. Couldn't stand those succubus charms. Couldn't resist. Meanwhile, people were like, man, Marile must be a freaking beast at home. Meanwhile, at home, she's in a like freaking onesie with cocoa and chips, watching fucking bad soap operas and fucking an true Hollywood story. Watching documentaries in a onesie. She's like, oh yeah. Wild. Just absolutely wild. Takes a lot of masking to be that. I'm gonna grab something really quick. Maybe I need sugar. I've not been wearing my glasses the whole time because everything's made my head feel so heavy. I heard gummy worms help with like the anxiety, and I think maybe they've been helping. But it could also be because it's been a really long time. Since I had shower gummy worms. I ended up eating all of one color. I ate all the red and yellow and all the green and orange. So now all I have left are the pink and blue ones. And they're the best ones. I saw the video of this dude who was like, I can catch this many fish on a sour gummy worm. And he's dead. The fish just kept going after it. I saw that trolley neon gummy worm, and they're like, Go change to a different playlist. Oh. And it's not like sour Skittles. Sour Skittles kind of like cut the roof of your mouth. Something about the sour sugar. How it do? Hello. I've just been chatting about things that have been in and not in my brain. I've been in a pretty crazy depresso the past 4 days. And I'm mostly streaming so that I'm just not in bed. I've been bed rotting. I didn't have the strength, or like not the strength. I just didn't have it in me to stream yesterday or today or the day before. And I almost was not going to do it today. But I was like, man, if I completely write off this whole week, I would have felt really bad. And I know that this bed rotting thing has not been good on the arm. As the nerves are recovering, I've been getting a lot of newer pain. And when it comes to like flexing and extending, it's so tricky because the flexing is harder than the flexing. In working one, I lose the other. So like in working my flexion, I lose my extension, and using my extension, I'm losing my flexion. And I talked to my physiotherapist about that whole like crank thing, that crank splint. And she's like, oh, that's kind of crazy. And she was like, we can do an alternative where instead of giving you any sort of thing, we can give you like a straight splint. We can give you like a rod, like a straight rod of like the plastic, and strap you to that. That'd be a much cheaper alternative. But that's if I want to try. Bum bum. That was really sour. You could go with the technology, but have you considered bored? Bored. Considered bored. I don't know. That reminds me. On the YouTube side of things, honestly, I couldn't tell you how long it's been. But we are a YouTube partner again. I think it was maybe... when did they change? When did they change the partnership criteria? I want to say it was like 10 years ago. It was... a while back, I used to be a YouTube partner. Then they added conditional criteria and kicked out everybody who didn't meet it. And I was one of them. The criteria being the watch time. Because, a lot of my videos were shorter stuff. But now we're partner again. Which right now only means that we can get memberships. So YouTube memberships, which is like a Twitch sub, but for YouTube. And then we can do super chats. And I think that's it. If I wanted ads to run on my videos, I still have to get another 1,000 watch hours. And I'm just like, hey, yo, for real? To get ad revenue. I'm honestly, I'm just happy that we hit partner again. Because I remember, I can't remember what exactly it was or how I became a partner the first place. I think it was that whole thing where YouTube was like, we're gonna make everybody a partner. And then that backfired immediately on them. Oh. Ooh. Oh, there's a shower. Oh. I went a bit overboard. Ooh. Oh, there's a shower. When did YouTube change the criteria for becoming partner? Shifting from simple view count to time watched, subscriber limits. Well, okay. I guess it was 2018. Apparently in July of last year, YouTube tightened original content. YouTube updated the eligibility guidelines specifically regarding mass-produced and repetitious content to combat inauthentic or AI slop channels. But it says here the most notable milestones were early 2018, the time and subscriber model, implemented January 2018. Yeah, and I remember lifetime views. Yeah. You need to get 10,000 lifetime views, and I had hit that with several of my videos. But once they implemented the watch hours, I was immediately kicked out. Yeah. Yeah, I remember I was definitely in the partner program with their lifetime views. Their lifetime views model. But then when they changed to the watch time model, I remember a lot of smaller creators getting upset because the whole idea was like, oh, we're doing this to like combat like bad actor channels that rely on clickbait and things like that. But a lot of smaller channels were like, I don't have 1,000 subscribers. I don't have 4,000 watch hours. I'm still a growing, budding channel that I hit the lifetime views and I was able to get money. And YouTube tried to be like, well, any channel that's
bitch.
YouTube was like, well, any channel that's losing monetization was a channel that probably wasn't doing well anyway. And probably wasn't even able to get their first paycheck yet. And that pissed off a lot of creators. Because the payment threshold per month was $100. And the only way to earn was through ad revenue. So these are pennies per view. Like fractions of pennies per view. So people were like, you already made it so that people were earning less than chump change for ad revenue. Of course, smaller creators barely hit the threshold every month, let alone every couple months. With me, I think I only ever got like 2 or 3 checks from YouTube at that time. Because yeah, most of my content was comic dubs and like little short covers. That's not enough. Those videos aren't long enough to put in an ad. I wouldn't put my ad to like the end of the video. Well, I think back then you could also decide where you wanted to place your ads. You can be like beginning, middle, or end. So even though some of my videos would get a good amount of views, my ad wouldn't play till the end. By that, they've already seen the video and can click off before the ad plays and I wouldn't get anything. And it was like, okay, well. Oh, Dindin gave us a shout out. Thank you. But I think I only ever got like 2 or 3 checks from YouTube before YouTube was like, okay, we're changing it. Get out. To like a good chunk of people. Like, again, a lot of people lost monetization. A lot of really small channels. Where it's like, to be fair, you couldn't use the argument of like, these are some people's livelihoods. Because if you weren't even able to get $100 from YouTube, you weren't living off of being a YouTube partner. But it still sucked when you met the threshold, when you were able to meet the threshold, but because now people are like watch time And, you know, the longer the videos, the more ads you can run on them. YouTube was like, we'll change it. And I remember hearing that certain channels who were in the partner program for a certain amount of years, which I also met the threshold for, would be grandfathered into the new one, regardless. Because there were also some intermediate, somewhat bigger channels. Not big channels, but like middle-sized channels. Well, here's the thing, Bulba. It wasn't $50, it was $100. Twitch is $50. But, most places at that time would do a $100 threshold. There were some intermediate channels, who were like, well, I don't get, you know, I again, like, they had the views, they had the subscribers, but any channel that would do like small content, like a lot of channels that did comic dubs and that did like small covers, or like those small fan dubs, they unfortunately, they also lost monetization. Because even though they met the lifetime views, which a view, all that constituted a view was someone clicking on your video and landing on the page. That constituted a view. But like, if someone, again, when they first changed it to watch hours, it was, you needed 1,000 subscribers and 4,000 watch hours. Now, around the time I lost partner, the first time, I had like just hit 4,000. But the problem was that, again, a lot of my videos barely made it to 3 minutes or a minute and a half. And they were videos that you could like watch, laugh at, and pass to your friend, or, you know, when you're going down your like funny hee-hees playlist, it would play. Like, it wasn't like a video essay, you know? And that's the thing, is that YouTube was going more towards the Let's Plays, was going more, well, not as much anymore, they were starting to deviate, but they were starting to go more towards the long plays and the video essays, and those video essays especially. I love me a good video essay. That's good content most of the time. But then you had all these channels that created a lot of short form content that have the subscribers but don't have the hours. Because collectively, if you were to look at like the library of their channel, their entire library would barely make an hour. Or their entire library would be 1 hour. So now they have to essentially have the equivalent of their entire video library watched 4,000 times. It's not possible. It's not possible. So you still had people with thousands of subscribers, 10,000 subscribers, like bigger, more sizable channels that did a lot of this short form content lose monetization because they didn't make the watch hour threshold. Because if your videos are only, you know, 30 seconds, a minute and a half, how? Unless someone binges your entire channel, how are you supposed to reach that threshold? You can't. Thankfully, in my case, because eventually at some point I completely dropped off making videos. Because I'm gonna be real. I will be real. When I lost partnership, and if Google is right, that means I lost it around 2018. That still doesn't feel right. I feel like it was earlier, but whatever. Actually, no. When I went to my Google AdSense, it said my last payment was 8 years ago. So yeah, no. 2018. Yeah, wow. That does not feel long ago enough. But 8 years ago, Um, I lost a lot of motivation because even if it was a small amount, I was like, wow, I'm making a little bit, because 2018 was when I lost it. I had gotten partner on YouTube like early 2010. Early 2010s. I was partner. And again, while I wasn't bringing in a lot of money, because again, small, really short form content, I still liked the idea. I would go and YouTube would be like, you're almost there. You're almost at being able to hit this threshold. And that meant that by just doing what I liked, which was comic dubs and like little silly song covers and things like that, that just by doing that, even if I wasn't gonna see it for a while, at some point I'd get a cute little check for money. And I'd be like, hell yeah, my silly little side hobby just made me 100 smackaroos. Let's get a nice lunch. There was a feeling of accomplishment. It wasn't about the money. It wasn't about the money. But when it was taken away, it was kind of like, oh, okay, well, I have to meet this new criteria that tells YouTube that my content is worth putting ads on now. And I guess my content isn't worth putting ads on now, despite, you know, going through the motions of editing and recording and scripting and all that stuff to make things like comic dubs. I guess none of that mattered to it. Because obviously, as you get older, you get busier. You don't have as much free time, so I didn't have as much time to make content like this. And now it won't even earn you a little bit of extra money at the end of after a couple months. It was just a downer. And I find myself falling off, among other things that also made me fall off. But yeah, then when I started multi-streaming last year, I'm so sorry. It's fine. It's fine. Now, I'm just looking at, what is that that's there? Oh. Now that after 8 years, finally getting partner back, here's the funny thing. Because look, I started multi-streaming a year ago. And what multi-streaming has done is just made it so that I'm also streaming on YouTube while I'm streaming on Twitch. And what's really neato-burrito about that is that the more people watch on YouTube, the more the watch hour goes up. Now, whenever I'm reacting to something, I can take that, I can edit it down, take out some of the ums, the ahs, the pauses, and maybe some of the side tangents that don't correlate too much to the topic. I've only been doing it recently, mind you. Or just certain highlights and tangents. And I put that as like kind of like intermediary comment, stream highlights. And some people are watching it. Some people are leaving comments. And my live streams and those have been racking up watch hours. And that means I got partner again. And it's like, I'd say it took me about a year of multi-streaming to make it to YouTube make it back to YouTube partner. Which I don't think is bad, honestly. I don't think it's bad for how otherwise inactive my YouTube channel is. That's not bad. I don't know off the top of my head what I could do to like really rack in the views because I'm still essentially a nobody. I'm mostly just here doing my own thing, talking with you guys and maybe going over stuff. I don't know what else I have ideas, but sometimes I don't, and I have no idea what I could do to create quote unquote more riveting content. Mostly just here. And because I'm still essentially a nobody, it makes it hard to like figure out what works and what doesn't, because you already have such a small sample pool of people. So despite having like, again, over 4,000 subscribers, the fact that not even 1% watches the video, you know, that kind of stuff. Like many channels, it's like, wow, most of my views come from people that aren't even subscribed. Or for example, like, I think right now, my recently most viewed video, is when I reacted to the Muujin video and taking the time to like actually like edit that down. That one's almost, for some reason, I think it's also the fact that there's 20 comments on that video. Like someone was having a full-blown conversation on that video. That video's almost at 1,000 views, and it's like, what happened there? But I know what it is. I was reacting to a hot topic. You know? They're okay. Funnily enough, my my reaction to like the Gigux badly explaining the entirety of Honkai Star Rail, that I think went up in views. What happened? It's just been slowly going up. It's just been slowly but surely going up. Viewers from YouTube search, from suggested, from browse features. 66.7% from YouTube recommending your content. Thank you. Apparently people have been looking for Giguk reactions, Honkai Star Rail reactions, and that's how people have been finding it. So there's that. Content suggesting this video. Obviously, badly explaining the entire plot of Honkai Star Rail. Someone reacting to Gigux, someone else reacting to Gigux, someone else reacting to Gigux. Yeah, so from other reaction videos, which that makes sense. And I mean, I'll take it. I'll take people watching it. if it's been steadily climbing, I'll take people watching it. It like plateaued around here. And then that's impressions. Yeah, it plateaued for a little bit and it's just been steadily climbing. Likes versus dislikes. I don't know how I could rake in the views. Be lucky, honestly. Yeah, essentially. When it comes to people's retention, obviously the closer they get to the end, like if I'm, yeah. For example, so like this says here, 46% of viewers are still watching by the 30-minute mark. So over half of its viewers are still watching by the time they're a third into the video, which is really funny because I think it's the one where I took a gummy. And I think, yeah, it's around like it's around like 50 minutes in where the gummy hits. And I can probably put a chapters on the video where it's like gummy hits. Gummy hits. And I can probably see from there. I'm gonna do that. Where are my glasses? Where are my glasses? We're gonna do that. We're gonna do a chapter. Because I think people like chapters. People like when you segment the videos for them. Where's the transcript? I think 59 minutes is when I say outright edible hits. I can probably segment it even more though. So once 7:14. I might actually segment my tangents. Like, so I think I got into a tangent about quote unquote misgendering the Aeons. See. Okay, we actually didn't go any longer with the tangent I thought I did. And then 10, 20. Continuing. There we go. Yum, yum. Hmm. Ba, ba, ba. Okay, 40. Okay, 4033. 4033 is where I go into why Hoyo queer baits. Why Hoyo queer baits and you fall for it. I got a comment. I don't want to simplify it or dumb it down to someone got offended about... Actually, no. One comment did get offended. They accused Hoyo of queer baiting. Because they were like, nuh-uh. The makers, Hoyo loves lesbians. Impact is full of lesbians. And it's like, yeah. But like... You know that the moment there's like an openly... Like... With the newer games, if there was an more openly gay character... Where they're like, they are that... Hoyo would get in trouble. Up. Mm. $51. And then this will be edible starts hitting. Edible really hits. Oh, excuse me. Let's see. Okay, so an hour, a minute, and 25. So an hour, a minute, and 20. There we go. Alright, a minute, an hour, 7. An hour, 7 minutes. There we go. And then yeah. I keep losing my tracking, sorry. Going down here.
That's it. No, I can't. Alright, I think that'll do for now. There we go. That'll do for now. I'll see if those chapters help. They probably won't. Yeah, no, that Mugen reaction got quite a bit, which was kind of crazy. Got quite many, good bit of views. I guess for between Deltarune and Road to Empress, which makes sense. Road to Empress is still new, or the second one is new. We had quite a bit of a dip. Yeah. Some of my old videos, like really old videos, like 2017, 2018, before that, some of those are still getting views because they're mostly Vocaloid related. Kind of crazy. That people are still watching that. Oh, there's a typo there. Do a little bit of that. Probably delete this. Take that out. think right there is fine. I won't mess around with this anymore. Not for now. Oh. There we go. Well, we'll leave it at that for now. I don't want to take too much time away from it. 2.5 hours somehow. That's kind of crazy. Oh. I know Din's doing stuff. And then everybody's doing stuff. There you go. Never underestimate the power of dark chocolate. For as temporary as it is a little bit of a mood booster. Just a little bit, though. Just a little bit. The real test is not eating it all at once. This means, not that I'd do it, but if I ever wanted to do membership streams, I could. I won't worry about that, though. That's too much work. I'd feel weird paywalling content. I'd probably only want to paywall it if it was adult content. I don't have that kind of time anymore, though. Well, I do for another month, like 2 months, but my point mostly stands. I'm not sure. Whenever I paywalled anything, there was this weird pressure to keep it going. Which is why my Patreon is just a glorified tip jar. Yeah, I'm tired. Even with a little bit of sugar I just let myself have, it's not enough to keep me up. I think I might wrap things up and go to sleep again.
I just don't have it much in me to stay up. Like, I had a little bit of burst of like, oh, something to do. I can do that. But I'm losing juice. I don't have anything. I do want to try, hopefully getting back to things. I want to hopefully get back to things on Saturday. I don't want to put things off. I want to go back to being productive. I want to feel like I'm doing something meaningful. I don't get that stressing over the wedding. I want to do stuff like here, like online and stuff. That's where I usually find like fulfillment. I don't feel anything even working on my own wedding. I don't. I just feel stressed. I hate it. Like, I'm happy that I'm getting married to like a really wonderful person, but I hate this wedding. I hate having to do all of this, or like having to figure some of this out. I hate it. It never feels like I have enough time. It never feels like I have a confident answer. And it always feels like when anyone asks, like I'm being judged. The thought of putting on my wedding dress and not fitting, or something being wrong, causes a lot of anxiety. Even outside of these last 4 days, where I've just been sleeping and disassociating and crying, even before this past weekend, you're looking at several panic attacks. Again, thinking about the dress, thinking about fitting into it, thinking about, am I eating right? Thinking about, am I eating enough? Maybe I should eat less. Finding ways that I can get through the day with less food. Maybe I can make it through the day just drinking water. Maybe I can just have toast, and that can be my meal. Toast in the morning and toast in the evening, and that can be my meal. And maybe I'll shed a little bit of the excess. I let myself have a sweet, like these little like dark chocolate drops and the sour gummy worms, because I haven't really been letting myself have any sweets or anything. And I just remember after the photography appointment and sleeping and crying for a bit, I just had a moment where I looked at Jester and I was like, can we walk to the grocery store? Can we just go to the grocery store? It was like 9:30. Still relatively light, but it was like 9:30. And I was like, can we please go to the grocery store? Because the last time I went with Jester, because he wanted to get snacks, but I kept telling myself that I can't have anything. That I can't have anything, I'm not allowed to have anything, I don't deserve to have anything.
I kept looking at a pint of ice cream and being like, oh, we'll come back near the end to get it, in the hopes that I would not be thinking about it. And then it's just like, well, I guess I didn't want it because I didn't think about it, so we didn't come back and get it. I ended up getting a little jar of a Planter's jar of peanuts, because I was like, well, peanuts are substantial. They've got fiber, they've got protein. They're pretty filling without having too much. I can have peanuts. But they didn't make me happy. I would just like fill up the lid and then just pick the peanuts like that, like a bird. And immediately again got sad. I got anxiety, because again, on Thursday I'm gonna go to my seamstress and put on the dress again, and I'm dreading that it won't fit me, that it won't fit me as well as it did when I got it, that I've gained weight and now I can't fit into my wedding dress, and it's easier to fit in, it's easier to alternate it's easier to alter a dress when you've lost weight than it is when you've, gained. And it didn't help that my mom, the past couple times I've talked to my mom, she has said some out-of-pocket shit that for the next couple days after also gave me anxiety, where she was like, if you can't fit into your dress, you might as well cancel the wedding. If you can't fit into your dress, then there's no point. Oh, I know somebody who couldn't fit into her wedding dress because she got pregnant, so she gained all this weight and blah blah blah. So they had to like do a whole new thing because she couldn't fit into her wedding dress. And you don't want to be like that. You don't want to not be able to fit into your wedding dress. Completely like sidestepping the fact that it was like this person she was talking about couldn't fit because she got pregnant, not because she gained weight. But my mom turned it into, yeah, but it's also because she gained weight. And my mom saying things of like, you should be trying on your dress every day to make sure you still fit in it so that you don't gain weight. Or like when she's like, when you go out to eat, you should only have like a small meal or a salad or a soup. You shouldn't be having like these big meals. You're trying to fit into your dress. And I love my mom, I do, but it's made things bad. Made things bad. And I've just wanted to I've always been I've talked about it before. I've been always really, really insecure about, I've always had a really bad relationship with clothing, because just based on my style of body, my body type, it can be hard to find clothes that feel good and look good, in my opinion. To then always have somebody playing with those insecurities and always make you feel like you're not enough. Like there's always something that needs to be fixed, that something's not good enough, that again, I was always compared to a childhood friend who was leagues skinnier than me. honestly, it seemed like she was league skinnier than me. I was only maybe 20 pounds more than her. And the only reason I was maybe 20 pounds more than her, because she was like 100 pounds and I was between 115 and 120 in high school. The only reason I weighed that much more than her was because I had boobs. She was flat as a board and I had boobs. I was like already like a C to D cup in high school. And I had hips and a butt. But people don't look at your body. Or at least when it comes to your weight, they don't look at your body. They just see, oh, you're heavier than her. They don't see, well, look at all the tits I have compared to her. Look at how much ass I have. Look at how much hips I have compared to her. She's a beanpole. I'm an hourglass. Like, this isn't air. This is muscle. This is fat. This is, tissue. But all people ever saw, or all my mother ever saw, was pounds. Pounds. You're pounds. And that was essentially how I got the eating disorder. Because it was always when number go down. Always when number go down. That it was like, oh, you're eating so healthy. Oh, you're taking care of yourself. You like, oh, you care. And that messes you up. The implication that if number don't go down, that you don't care, that it doesn't matter to you. And it always had. You care so much that you're starving. You care so much that you're trying to eat less than 1,000 calories a day. You care so much that you're doing like dance cardio for 45 minutes to an hour in your room on an empty stomach, trying to stay under 1,000 calories every day. Because if you don't do that and number go up, then suddenly none of that matters. You didn't care enough. And when you try to argue, but I do this, but I do that, but I do this, but I do that. And the only response being, then why number go up? Why number go up? Why number only go up? If you did, number wouldn't go up. Number would go down. You clearly don't care enough, or number would go down. Meanwhile, my mom's coming up with the most bullshit things. I got this tea that makes you shit a lot. That's where all the weight is. I have this hot patch that you put on your tummy and it makes you burp. That's where the weight is. Here's a patch that heats up and you put it on your tummy and it makes you sweat. Or here's this waist thing you put around this like heat pack you put around your waist and it's electrical and it makes your tummy sweat. That's where the weight is. That's where the weight is. That's what I'm gonna do to lose weight. But with me, she was like, no, you can't do that. You can drink the tea that makes you shit a lot. You can drink the tea that makes you shit a lot. But you can't wear the funny cinch belt. You can't put on the funny patches. Because you're young, you should just be able to go outside and run around for a bit, and then number will go down. Why number don't go down? And that's how you develop an eating disorder. And that's how you develop an eating disorder. That's how you start obsessing over the amount of carbs on a Quaker's Chewy bar. That's how you start obsessing over that. And telling yourself you can't have a Quaker's Chewy bar because it's got just too much sugar. Yeah. And that tea that makes you go to the bathroom was awful. It was full of flaxseed and senna leaf. That's what most of it was. It would claim to have like dried fruit pieces and stuff, like citrus peel and pineapple, and it claimed to have all that. Sure it did. It was mostly flax and leaf bits, and the specific leaf being senna, which again, senna leaf is a laxative. So essentially it was just a laxative tea that claimed to be like fiber. It'd be like, Canadian flaxseed is so much more intense than regular flax. And it wasn't like whole flaxseed, it was shredded flaxseed. And what flaxseed really does, when it's whole at the very least, is that when it's soaked in water, it's similar to chia seeds, where it becomes like a mucus. It makes a mucus, and that mucus, it absorbs all that liquid to create this mucus, and it fills you up. Shredded flax doesn't really do this as much, but it does help like clean your system. But again, having too much of something like this is bad for you. So I wouldn't be surprised if taking this stuff when I was younger is why I don't have a gallbladder anymore. I could be wrong though, I don't know. But I remember it would have like a bunch of fruits and like this little cartoon drawing of a girl and like measuring tape all over it, like a measuring tape motif all over it, and be like, this is how you're gonna lose weight. This is how you lose weight. It fills you up and makes you shit. All it does is make you lose water weight. You can use it as like a pseudo cleanse, but all it does is make you lose water weight. And water weight is worthless. Losing water weight only means as much as your next cup of water. The moment you drink water, you just got welcome back. But it's the easiest weight to lose because losing it means you're dehydrated. But it's also the easiest weight to gain back because it means you drank water. Yay! It's a lose-lose. No shocker that the other things that my mom was using were also no better. Her lazy of, you don't have to do anything. Just put on this warming waist cincher, plug it into the outlet, and just watch your favorite novellas and lose weight. And it's like, what is it really doing? It's making your tummy sweat. Okay, but like, what is that? All that sweat is the fat.
Just being sweated it away.
No, that's just... It's just water weight. It's just making you sweat. All the excess water in your system, it's just making you sweat. And the only reason it makes it look like you're skinnier or slimmer is because you're not as bloated anymore. Like when your body retains water, like more water than it should, you look bloated. Yeah. So what these things do is they make you sweat all that excess stuff. Like, I remember you would see them a lot on Spanish TV, where it was like, it showed someone fat putting on the waist warmer, and then they were like, look, and then they would open it and they'd suddenly be all like skinny and flat washboard tummy, and it'd be all sweaty, and they'd be like, look, sweat the fat away with the waist belt warmer thing. Like, they were mostly called like sweat belts, and I don't know if those were actually like any good. I know they were like, if I'm to like bring my head to my over here for a second. Also, I was debating, because we have Bernards, and I love Bernards. But then I was thinking of bird nerds. And that one flows off the tongue a lot nicer than Bernards. They both flow off nicely, but I was like, oh, like hi Bernards, and then hi bird nerds, and I was like, wait, bird nerds. So I'm debating the name again. But that's not what we're talking about. Let me pause this for now. I don't know if I wore an electric ab belt for a week, effortless.
Belts. You may have seen the ridiculous commercials or heard the ridiculous claims, but there may actually be some studies to back this up. I'm talking about those ab-stimulating belts. Do they actually work? Can you train your abs effortlessly? What if you wore one of these all day long? Would my abs get toned? Would my waistline shrink? Would I, quote, burn fat? Well, that's exactly what I decided to find out in this one-week experiment wearing an ab-stimulating belt. But you gotta focus.
Okay, that's what we're dealing with right here. Thought it would be bigger. Do not heat the fitness apparatus or remote control in the microwave. That's it. Like, what? You need to spray some clean water onto the pad. To increase the strength, gotta press up. Oh!
What does it do?
It's like electrocuting me. What the?
Oh.
How am I supposed to sit there all day with this on? Mode 2 is a sit-up pattern. That one's jolting the abs. Ow, ow, ow. Oh man, maybe I'm just sensitive to this.
Oh,
Gosh,
it like
that's
shocks
weird.
the abs.
Every time this thing flashes right here, that's it like shocking me essentially. And then I turn this up and it increases the strength, so can barely feel it like at all. I still can't really feel that, but then all of a sudden, starting to feel that. Ow, ow, ow. I can really feel 4. Do you guys see it working? What the? Alright, so we're just gonna like keep this thing on and we're gonna go work. Alright, I gotta zone out. Just
Like,
gotta
so
let it
he's
work my ass.
someone who already
So ab
works out.
stimulators and devices alike are said to work by electrical muscle stimulation. That's just a fancy way of saying sending electrical signals to contract your muscles, or shocking the muscle, literally, which is most likely why I felt like it was shocking me at first. Now, I do have to tell you, it wasn't so much like a sharp shock pain, it was kind of like a more dull shock pain, but either way, call me a sissy, I'm just not someone who likes to have the feeling of being shocked in any way.
Alright, so it's been about 30 minutes and I'm like kind of like almost sweating. Like every time I just like kind of jolt on this thing. Okay, it's recommended to use 12 to 15 minutes per exercise, 2 to 3 times per day. Yeah, so I've already had it on like 30 minutes and I'm like extremely just uncomfortable right now.
Now, based on my research, if you're interested in an ab stimulating device, you should exercise precaution. In fact, most of these devices like this one sold on Amazon are going to be unregulated, which means they're not FDA approved. According to WebMD, unregulated ab stimulators carry a higher risk of burns, bruises, skin irritation, electrical shock, and problems interacting with other medical devices like pacemakers. Now, the one I ended up buying, I could not find any certificate of authentication.
Oof.
Sitting here editing this video, getting some screen footage. You know what's bad when the English is just so broken? Reminder, keep your skin moist when use the belt. Use it correctly and insistently. You will see an distance effect. And distance effect? What?
But it was the #1 bestseller, and the price was actually a lot cheaper than some of the other comparable models. But then again, you gotta keep in mind there are techniques some of these companies do to get their product to be the #1 bestseller or to get a bunch of comments on their product. So it doesn't always mean it's a good product. Just remember, at the end of the day, I assumed the risk and I decided to go with this one. And so far, it seemed like it was working like it was supposed to.
So I've had this thing on for a little bit over an hour now. I went all the way up to 4, but I've only been able to keep it on 3. I don't even know how high this thing will go. I could see. Holy crap, it looks like it can go up to 15. That's gotta be
Oh my
insane.
God.
Dude, am I just a weenie? If they can go all the way up to 15, that's like 5 times more. Oh man, why? Okay.
Good morning, guys. All right.
That's way too much coffee in that pot.
Dentist appointment in about 20 minutes, so I'm gonna pop this thing on, head to the dentist, and you know what? Hey, hopefully this thing will take my mind off of them just reaching around in my mouth. Ah, there's that feeling I just can't wait to be done with.
Traded Adams in the car.
It feels like it's actually getting weaker right now. Like, it's not feeling as intense. I don't know if that was just because it was going while I was having stuff done to my mouth. Just a cleaning. Maybe if it's just getting weaker or I'm getting more used to it, so I might bump it up in a bit. It feels like I'm having an ab muscle twitch. It seems to work better if you relax and don't like fight it, you know? Beautiful day to train abs without training abs.
So it comes with this little charging cord. It's just a USB plug. What am I supposed to plug it in my iPhone? I wish they would come with a plug, you know what I'm saying? And then I'm gonna plug this into my iPhone charger right back in here. All these wires, yeah, probably see the answer. So I'll let this sit for a bit, and then hopefully it'll be fully charged. It's later in the afternoon, I'm about to go to the gym. During my workout today, I'm gonna be wearing the ab stimulator. I guess it's fully charged because it's just off, there's no light anymore. Let's put this thing back on and get stimulating while we're working out. Oh yeah, it's going.
Working out with the ab stimulator seemed to take my mind off the constant jolt on the abs. In fact, maybe the muscle contractions in the other muscles that I was working out was somehow neurologically taking my senses away from my core. Also, it
Like,
could
yeah,
be
there's
because
someone
I
who
had it only
already
on
is
a
working
lower level.
out.
We'll see later when I bump it up to a higher level during a workout. Now, don't get me wrong, even at this lower level that I had it on now, it was still uncomfortable, and personally, I'd much rather work out without wearing some kind of ab-stimulating belt or any kind of device. Regardless, for this video, we kept it on during the workout, and on day 2, the total time wearing the belt was around 2 hours.
Oh.
All right, good morning, guys.
There's no
Now, level
difference.
5's pretty intense. Like, I've only been able to do it for, you know, like 30 seconds. So maybe if I can get level 5 for
And
like
again-
20 minutes.
And again, the whole point of this belt is to be an effortless six-pack. Effortless. So the idea is, I'm not doing anything. I'm supposed to be... They try to sell these on, go and do your normal routines. Go and live your life not having to work out because this is doing the quote-unquote working out for you. That's, like... If you're coupling it with exercise, then like what is actually getting you the desired result? The belt or the fact that you're already working out, you know? So okay, let's keep going.
And then I'll bump it down maybe to level 4 for like an hour. But yeah, I feel like I am getting more used to this thing, and I feel like it, like, just looking at my abs, like they look a little like bigger. So is it
Do
working?
they, or are
Maybe.
you telling yourself that? Because they don't.
Was this actually starting to work? What did the studies say? One study I found had 24 adults wearing a neuromuscular electrical stimulation device that's supposed to be similar to the one I have on my abs, 5 days a week for 20 to 40 minute sessions for 8 weeks. And
8
compared
weeks.
to the control group, the stimulation group had a 50% increase in abdominal strength, also a 100% increase in abdominal endurance.
Now, to be fair, the constant jolting is causing them to twitch. So essentially, with the constant electrical stimulation, it's like his abs are having mini seizures. So it's not like they're absolutely not getting worked out. Again, it's like constantly like it's kind of like, for example, like when a woman is doing Kegels, where you look at her, you wouldn't know she's doing Kegels unless she told you. You wouldn't know I was doing Kegels until I told you. And all it is flexing that pelvic floor and letting go. And to us, it feels like just a boop, ooh, boop, ooh. So it's like a tight, loose. But that works about. That works the hell out of your pelvic floor. And not just the ladies and the non-binies with the AFAB binies, non-binies can do this. Freaking heckin' AMABs and men, you two can also do pelvic floor muscles. You guys can also do Kegels. The easiest way I can describe doing a Kegel if you don't have a uterus or like a vaginal like wall and stuff is kind of like tighten your bottom as if you have to hold a pee. You would just pinch, and then you kind of like feel it down there and just hold it for like a couple seconds and then let go. And then you'll notice that as you're able to do it, you can do like light pinch, medium pinch, tight pinch. And that's doing Kegels. It's a very, very minimal movement technically, but you're still training that muscle. The muscle is still doing a minimal amount, a certain amount of movement. And that's what this is doing. But, exactly. So then this, you will get some sort of result. But what I'm not seeing from the study is, were some of the people that were wearing it, were they also people that worked out regularly? Were they people that went on walks? Were they people that went to the gym? And if so, how often? Because these things try to sell themselves on effortless abs. If you are working out, if you are an generally active person, there is no more effortless. You're already, whether it's the point or not, already putting in an effort. This is trying to cater to fat asses.
Man, it's hard to concentrate with that thing just constantly going like, ugh.
Now, also the waist circumference of the individuals wearing that neuromuscular electrical stimulation device measured on average 3.5 centimeters smaller than the control group. Also, all 24 subjects in the stimulation group said that they felt their midsections were more toned and firm.
So people felt... Now, the control group means that they weren't using it. They weren't using it. While where the stimulated group were. And this is the kind of stuff that would be to show like, hey, this is a difference between not using the product and using it. So so people said that on average, they had 3.5 centimeters less on their waist. Now, this is circumference-wise. This is all around, not on the sides. If it was the sides, then damn, that's quite a bit. That's 1.5 inches. That's saying that on average, people lost 1 inch in their waist. And that's not bad. But in the span of 8 weeks, possibly not doing anything else. Like, again, if we assume that the stimulated group were just wearing the belt and still going about their normal lives and maybe some kind of slightly watched diet, this is why I need to know what the stimulated group was doing. This is why giving me these study results tell me nothing if I don't know exactly what the control group and what the stimulated group was doing. Like, if you tell me that the control group did not work out, did not watch their diet, and just went to their 9-to-5s, no funny belt, then it's like, okay. But if your stimulated group wore the belt, watched their diet, exercised regularly, and did their 9 to 5s, how much can you really chalk up to the ab belt? You can't. Because these people were already, quote unquote, doing the right thing to ensure that they were at their like desired fitness level. But if the control group and the stimulated group were for the same batch of people, and then the simulated group were given this waist electric thing and been like, here, wear this belt for 8 weeks, and this is the results, then yeah, okay. Because if you change nothing about your diet, but you were still able to lose 1.5 inches off of your waist from a fucking little dumb zappy belt, then yeah, okay. But 1.5 inches off your waist in 8 weeks when you're already working out, dieting, and like doing essentially a healthy lifestyle, 1.5 inches ain't shit. And it also depends too on how like people's body types when it comes to losing weight. Some people do lose weight easier than others. So there's also like how many were AFAM, how many were, you know, AMAB. So like that's also a thing. Like females and males lose weight differently. So 1.5 inches, me personally, and maybe I'm not the best barometer, that ain't shit. That ain't shit. Unless these people were absolutely doing fucking nothing with themselves, then there's no difference. But if both of these people were working out and eating healthy, and these people still with the belt lost this, then that's something worth considering. But what did these people do? So he's citing this study and does not link it, does not link the source. Yeah, it's pointless. Do it for a month at least. 0.5 inch lost in waist girth in only 1 week is amazing. How long and what level? Okay. Let's see.
And over half of them felt their posture was improved as
Yeah,
a
because they're
result
like,
of the stimulation.
So
However, it's very important to note that there were no significant differences in body weight, BMI, or skin fold thickness over the course of the study.
Okay.
Oh. So unlike the first
They
day
were
where I only did it once for like
generally
a long
the
time, or
same?
the second day where I did it twice, I'm gonna try to break this up today, maybe like 3 times, 4 times. I'm gonna let this roll for like 40 more minutes, take a break, then I'm gonna put it back on again. So just got done shaving, but now I'm gonna shave my stomach so that we can get a nice close contact with the ab stimulator device before my hair on
So
my stomach gets
wax
way too
that
out of
shit.
control and maybe
That way you
prevents
don't
the
have
thing
to.
from
You have
working
like
so well.
peak
So I
contact.
was actually a little worried
But, you know,
that the
shaving's
growth
fine
of
too.
my stomach hairs was preventing maximum conduction between the stimulator
It will.
device and my abs, which may have been the reason I was getting used to it. So in order to see and hopefully get the maximum benefits, I shaved my stomach to get the maximum amount of contact.
Alright guys, moment of truth. Freshly shaven abs. Is it gonna be more?
You know what's really cool here though? It's really cool that he shaves. And yes, having shaven skin will help with the contact. I think considering on how people's hair growth levels are, some people are just hairier than others. I would have gone one step further. Wax that shit. Wax it.
More intense? Let's find out. Oh. Alright, it doesn't feel like it's any more painful or anything like that, but I do feel like I'm getting a really solid connection. Oh man, when it really goes fast, that one is so weird. Gonna try to keep it on level 5 for about 20 minutes, then bump it to level 4 for the rest of an hour like I've been doing. Man, should we try level 6 right now? I'm afraid.
But yeah, I can see there being a tiny bit of a workout through this. Because again, the shocks are making the muscles constrict and then loosen, constrict and then loosen. And that's pretty much kind of what a workout is that you're engaging these muscles to expand and contract, expand and contract. And the reason you're sore afterward is because you create all these little micro tears and then the body has to rebuild them, and that's how you kind of get that growth. That's pretty much what working out is. So it's understandable that the electrolysis in some way would do that, but I just don't think it would have as much as actually working out because of the degree where this would be a little bit like, again, it's shocking. It's like twitching. Again, it's like the easiest way I can put it, it's like taking your muscles and making them seizure. It's like having a controlled seizure. Another good example would be Jester's younger sister. She's epileptic. So she has a lot of seizures. That makes the muscles tense and contract because it's seizuring. And she's really strong. She actually is relatively really strong because of her seizures. But if you look at her body-wise, she is also unfortunately overweight because physically she can't do a workout, she can't exercise, she doesn't have the physical capabilities of that, but she's strong because those seizures work out her muscles. These won't make you lose weight. Like, I think I also have to wonder, maybe I'm thinking too hard into this. Is this for losing weight or is this just for gaining muscle for having a six-pack? I also found this through looking up weight loss warmer. I was trying to find those old warmer belts that my mom used to use.
Level 6 for another day, yo. Level 5 right now.
So for me, it was difficult to concentrate at work even on the lower levels, but when I turned it up to level 5, which was now the highest level I've been at for me, it was just too uncomfortable to really concentrate on anything, so I ended up kind of just laying around and letting the stimulator do its work. And in all honesty, this kind of makes a point right here. Why not just put in the effort to work abs? I mean, this is just as uncomfortable, if not more uncomfortable. Well, there might be one reason.
Alright, 20 minutes is up, turning it to level 4 for the next 40 minutes. A little bit more bearable.
Well, one reason to potentially use neuromuscular electrical stimulation is to prevent atrophy or loss of the muscle during prolonged periods of immobilization. For example, when recovering from an injury. In several studies, neuromuscular electrical stimulation was shown to be superior in preventing muscle shrinkage when the knee was immobilized with an injury compared to groups who had no exercise. Now, something absolutely fascinating I discovered in my research was that voluntary exercise apparently recruits the muscles in a favorable order, first starting with fatigue-resistant type 1 or slow twitch muscle fibers, and then moving to the more quickly fatigable, faster twitch type 2 fibers. Whereas with neuromuscular electrical stimulation, the order of activation seems to be reversed. Could this potentially be a secret way to help further stimulate and unlock new strength with those fast twitch type 2 muscle fibers? I don't know, maybe this is something I need to explore further.
I don't know, maybe we are getting some action.
You're coping, bro. That's copium. There's no difference.
It's like I can still feel it twitching. My abs aren't sore, is that weird?
You can hear it vibrating. Boom, 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 boom.
Even though I was starting to get used to this thing, it was just still very uncomfortable. And one more thing to note, eating or drinking anything while having this thing on was also just a very strange feeling. But with that being said, I felt like it was time to bump it up and hit the gym. Alright, starting with 4, but we'll bump it up in the gym. Let's get this working. So I decided to bump it up to level 6 and beyond in the gym this day, and let me tell you, I felt like instead of the workout distracting me from the belt this time was starting to distract me from the workout.
It's like I can't focus on the exercise. I feel like my organs are just like throbbing in here. I gotta turn it down. Oh.
Some exercises actually felt like they took my mind off the belt more than others. I believe those where I braced my core more. For instance, doing bicep curls, I did not feel the ab stimulator that much.
What is going on down there?
But when doing something like laying down on a bench or other exercises where I kind of could relax my core, it felt like the belt started to take over and it was very uncomfortable and distracting. In fact, I felt like it was kind of hindering my workout.
It's going like through my body.
Now, even with me getting more used to this device and being able to bump it up to a higher level during my workout, I was starting to question, was this thing actually even really working?
You can see it like jiggling.
Can you see it? Oh, 5 is the new norm, guys. 5 is the new norm, but 7?
You're like twerking on 7.
I know, like, it's going through my body. Just got done in the gym. We were in there for like an hour. I don't know how to explain the feeling other than just like, yeah,
Just gotta take this off now. Oh, ab check. How do they look?
Like not there at all.
Que no se ve nada.
It was just like too much, man. They don't really feel like they got worked. For some reason, this time it felt more just like, look. I don't even know if it's working, to be honest with you. But we gotta keep doing it because
We'll
that's what
see.
the challenge is about. But it just felt like it exhausted me more than anything.
So I actually did reach an equilibrium where I could pretty much concentrate on work while wearing this thing for up to about an hour. Now I only wore it for an hour at a time, then I took about a 1 to 2 hour break, and then I put it back on for an hour, and I only did this 3 times, but it totaled to approximately 3 hours a day for days 5 and 6. Keep in mind, I charged it regularly, and I also frequently wiped it down with some alcohol wipes. And this thing actually did turn off sometimes, I think when I didn't push the buttons or anything for a certain amount of time, so I just had to turn it back on.
Oh, 7 baby, should we try 8? Oh, frick. When it gets to like the fast-paced one, it hurts so bad.
So would this ab stimulator device actually yield results? Was I wearing it too much, too little? What if I wore it for a whole entire day? But we still had 1 day left, and that's what I wanted to find out.
Good morning, guys.
No, no se ve nada de
today's day
diferencia.
7, the final day.
Like day 7, so we're at 14 minutes and 3 seconds. That's day 7. Where's day 1? Or let me at least find day 2. I think this is about day 2. Like, mira, no se ve, there's no difference.
Be unregulated. I had to tell you, it wasn't so much like
Built in the abs.
Yeah, it's like a tens machine.
Like what? You need to spray some clean water onto the pad.
So like, you see like his abs.
Increase the strength. Gotta press up. Oh! It's like electrocuting.
one of these all day long. Would my abs get toned? Would my waistline shrink? Would I, quote, burn fat?
Yeah, that's the thing. See, they claim to work your abs, like make your waist smaller and make you burn fat. And if it doesn't do any of those 3 in the same or better than working out, then just work out. In this case, he, again, like I said earlier, he works out, so he doesn't need this, but he's testing to see if it.
Day 7,
But
the
7
final day
days is not going to be
of
enough.
this electric ab experiment.
There's no difference.
I'm going to try to wear the belt the entire day. Tighten that up. There you go. Oh yeah, nothing to wake you up in the morning like a.
I think it doesn't help that he hasn't, unless he shows it at the end of the video, a day 1 before the belt and a day 1 before ever putting it on and day 7 after having it on all day. If he doesn't show that, then this is a wash.
7:30
This is washed.
I'm gonna keep this on until 7:30 p.m. It's gonna be a long day. Whoa. It's
And
not comfortable to eat with this thing, but it's doable. So 8:44, got this thing on over an hour now. I've actually got to go to the dentist. This thing started at the dentist, it's ending at the dentist. I'm getting a bite guard. Man, I'm gonna be late. Gonna be late.
Oh, what the hey?
Oh, it's snowing.
out. It was a lot nicer last time we were here.
See all that snow? Alright, so that was fast. They just like scanned my teeth with it. Man, I wish I would have taken a picture of that. It was really funny. But had this thing. Oh, so this thing like turns off incrementally. Yeah, just gotta turn it back on. Headed back home now. Man, it's snowing. That is so crazy. Okay. Oh.
10 a.m.
This thing, I think it ran out of batteries. Can you turn it on while, oh, you can. Drying up in there, hold on. You can turn it on while it's charging. Don't know if that's the safest thing.
Well, you better pray. I mean, black coffee, caffeine, that's also good for losing weight, stimulating energy. 12 hours.
Yo, I'm sorry guys, I gotta do this. I'm just done. Oh, so it's 11:48.
So, he's only had it on for 4 hours?
So I only made it like just a little over 4 hours.
Yeah.
I am sorry, I could not make it 12 hours. I mean, maybe I could. It just, dude, like, ugh. Like, I don't know, man. Just, ugh. Like, honestly, my skin looks fine. Everything seems fine. It was just like, I was just getting extremely agitated. We still just wore that thing for 4 hours, and we've been wearing it for about 3 hours a day. But with that being said, I'm going to take the rest of the day off, and then tomorrow, or maybe even the next day, we're going to look at the abs and see if we got any results. What is up, Home Slice? It is time to look at the results. Did the ab stimulator
So you couldn't even do the
device
whole
actually
day.
stimulate
Okay.
my abs? Let's find
Wash.
out. So I don't know about you, but when I
No idea diferencia. No difference. So, wrong light. Your light's off. This one's more frontal. This one's more to the left. Washed. Washed. No diferencia. Your lighting's off. No. Wrong lighting. Fix it. No.
do look at the before and after photos, in my opinion, I do look a little bit better in the after photos. And with the waist measurement, I'm actually about a ½ inch thinner in the waistline on the after side. Now, do I think the ab stimulator device worked
No.
and actually helped me achieve this slightly better look? I actually do think so. But how much do I think it worked? Not that well. In fact, I think I would have got just as good of results, if not better results,
If you were to
I
work
would have
out.
just trained abs every day for 20 minutes, heck, even 10 or less minutes, and I would have avoided all that uncomfortableness and just
Yeah, he even
the
says it. Like, I
rolling
would have gotten that ½ inch if I just worked out abs more this week.
distraction
Yeah,
that it
they're
was.
washed.
Now, with that being said, something very important to understand, using this device or just throwing in a 5 to 20 minute session of abs into your workout routine isn't necessarily going to give you visible abs if you have too much body fat or too much fat coverage over your abs. Probably the most important part regarding getting that chiseled six-pack is reducing your body fat to reveal the abs underneath. But
Yeah.
in my opinion, I do think training abs can help the muscles grow and push out, giving your abs a bigger look. And if you also cut fat at the same time, you know you're gonna get accelerated results.
Yeah.
With that being said, if you guys are interested in my bodyweight training program, Bodyweight Beast 2.0,
I don't want none of your fucking shit. No quiero nada. Do waist trainers work? I don't want none of that shit. No thank you. Bye. Washed. Okay. Let's see what this is.
Does waist trainers like this help you lose weight?
No.
The answer is yes, it does. But it's probably not the weight that you're looking for. Even sauna suits like this, okay? What it does, it makes you lose water weight. It doesn't help you lose body fat, okay? If you wear these sauna suits or these waist trainers, what it does is pushes the water out of your body. And then once you start drinking water again, you probably just gain the weight back and plus more.
Yay!
Because now your body is retaining water since you push it out so aggressively. What really helps burn body fat is being in a caloric deficit. You need to be burning more calories
Than
what
you're
actually consuming. Okay, so when you see these models wearing these suits and stuff and looking,
They
like
already
this,
look
guess
good.
what? They were already like this before they put the belt on. Okay, they're just a model. All right, they're not claiming anything. They're giving you an illusion of.
And again, like he said, yeah, you are gaining weight. You are losing weight, but it's water weight. The minute you go and you drink that Slurpee, or you get yourself a Starbucks coffee, or even if you just drink a bottle of water, it all just came back, and now your body is gonna hold on to it even harder because you freaking like super drained it. Like, these waist trainers, they make you sweat aggressively, and then they soak up the sweat, which makes your body make more sweat because it keeps getting hotter and hotter and hotter, because they're like incubator pads. And then your body's like, damn, that area was so fucking hot. Then when you get yourself a nice Dasani, it's like, we holding on to this Dasani until you put the shit back on. No te hace nada. No se hace nada. No se hace nada. I was trying to find the old Body by Mish sweat work. Yeah, again, like, And then there's the waist trainers that are just for training, making your weight, like essentially pressing your body, like body shaper bands. Yeah. Hey, Gonya. Yeah, this is beyond weight loss. This is like ace bandages for your waist, and these are actually really bad for you. Because these, it makes your body kind of stay in this position, but it starts shifting and moving everything around, and then people go tighter and tighter and tighter, and then that's how you dislocate ribs. Don't do that. New shape lipo red light belt. What kind of bullshit? Sure.
Hey guys, welcome back. So for today's video,
Hey guys, welcome back. Okay.
I wanted to share this.
All right, my gremlin's coming out. My depressed gremlin.
For the last few months, and I've seen some pretty great results. And it's also like a 3-in-1 in my opinion. But this is the new shape laser lipo and pain relief belt, and I'm also going to say anti-aging as well, which I'm going to get into all of that.
Anti-aging on your stomach. Anti-aging on your stomach.
But this is what it looks like right here, and what makes this belt so special is that it is a red light belt. So this can be used so many different ways. So I'm gonna go over all of the benefits and all the information about this belt right here. Then I'm gonna show you how I use it and show you some of the results that I've seen. And as many of you guys know too, if you do your research, red light has so many different benefits for the body. It's not just anti-aging or pain relief or cellulite. Like there's just so many different benefits. I'll get into that. But anyways, don't forget to subscribe to my channel, hit the like button and the notification bell down below. And without further ado, if you guys would like to find out more on this new shape red light belt, then just keep watching. So I recently started using this. I want to say I've had this for a while, you guys, but I recently started using this about 3 months ago to kind of target like,
you know, a really good way to not have to worry about aging? Stop wearing makeup. Be lazier. Don't wear makeup. I'm 33 and I still look like I'm in my 20s because I don't know how to wear makeup. Pretty much the only reason I still look younger than I am is because I am so inept at being a girl. You want to have, also don't emote, don't have feelings. Block yourself from the world. Block yourself from the world and don't have a soul. It does wonders for making sure that your face shows no emotion. And you'll never have to worry about 11 and forehead lines when you just don't move your face because you're already done with the world before it gets a chance to start.
Stubborn, and I know like I feel weird saying this because I obviously don't need to lose weight, but I just have a little bit of a stubborn area right here on my lower tummy.
Those are your organs. those are called your organs. That's called your uterus. I'll let her speak.
And diet and exercise just doesn't do anything to it. So I've been using this belt for the last few months, and I've definitely...
It could also just be skin, because some people do have thicker skin than some others. And then it comes up with that little roundness, that little bit of fupa. But honestly, it's fine. I mean, if you want to lose that little bit of skin cho, because it's not even a chicho anymore, it's like a skin cho, then you know, ayatu. But most of the time, that's like your organs. Like, it's probably not fat, homie. It's like...
definitely seen some great results. I've seen it go down a little bit. So I'm going to insert pictures either now or somewhere in the video to show you.
Before and after. So, girl. About to make me jump off a window. What has society done to us? What has society done to us? Para eso. For that, you put yourself under fucking lights and shit like you a fucking You know what? Ayatu, Dios te bendiga. Let's keep going.
But it's just so easy to use. I've just added this in addition to
Sure.
eating healthy and going
Sure.
to the gym, which I do all the time. But you can even go on their website and see like people have some really great results. So I'm going to show you how I use this a little bit.
Some really
later.
great
Basically, because
results.
red light was actually discovered by NASA, and they used it to heal wounds quickly, and then discovered that red light actually had other rejuvenating and healing properties. And I feel like
The sun. That's why they say sunlight is good for you, except for that UV bitch shit. But that's why the sun is good for you. That's why they say, like, that's why, funnily enough, that's also why when you're healing from, like, a wound, or, like, for example, when my arm was healing, like, fresh post-surgery, some of the things the doctors would tell me, and even Runaway told me, that it was, like, without disturbing your arm, if you could just go outside a little bit each day, on, like, a sunny day, and take a little walk, or take a little sunbathe, because the sun is good for you. Obviously, like, wear sunscreen and stuff, but the sun is actually good for you. It's been shown that people who go outside and experience the sun feel better about themselves, feel nicer, feel more refreshed, feel happier. So, like, yeah. So it's like, so red light was shown. Yeah, the sun. NASA figured it out because they're like, when you're in fucking space, the light doesn't travel the same as if it's on Earth. Or something like that. I'm not a scientist, but it's not the same. Scientists, like, in NASA, they, like, not being on Earth and having gravity, like, fucks their muscles and their bones. So having, like, red light therapy and shit like all of that is so that they don't lose that. They don't have to go through that much loss, or have to recuperate from as much loss when they make it back to Earth. That's why NASA had that shit. Para nosotros, it's just, this is OD.
in the last decade or so, red light has just really blown up, and you kind of like see it everywhere. You see it used in med spas, you see so many devices, and it just has so.
Yeah, and there's a lot of devices that also kind of low-key scam you, because they'll put a little red light in everything, y después no hacen nada. Same thing with the blue light and the green light. I used to have, because I fell for it a long time ago, I used to have a face vacuum. And face vacuums are a your mileage may vary sort of thing on if they work or not. But it also had a light where it was like red light, blue light, green light, and I don't even remember what each light was supposed to do, but it really didn't do it. Like, it wasn't like whatever this might be, where it's like a direct exposure and it's a low light thing. Because I've seen, I saw a video of someone who put their dog has like a dog bed, and they have a red light, and it's supposed to help them with their skin and stuff, because the dog has like skin issues. So like, this red light thing is legit. It's legit. And usually the idea of the red light stuff is because the sun isn't enough. Like, so you need concentrated red light. So it's been proven that red light does work for these things. Where the beauty industry comes in is where a lot of the scamming happens. Because then they'll put a little red light in shit and be like, it's got red light, it's gonna help you with all this shit. But the red light doesn't even like touch you or do anything. And the red light only ever truly hits its maximum potency when you're in the dark. When I'm using a face vacuum with a little caca light, it's not gonna do nothing, because I'm probably gonna be in my lit ass fucking bathroom when I'm running the vacuum on my face. Same thing when I'm using the blue or the green light. And because of that, no hace nada. It's already too dispersed and not concentrated. Whereas if I took a red light bulb and stuck it in my fucking face, like, by that metric, I might as well just stand by my light bulb, by my bathroom light, and be like, it's my red light therapy. It's not any different.
So many different benefits for the body, not just fat loss, which I'm going to talk about, but I just want to read a little bit about this belt right here. So it says, the new shape red light phototherapy wrap is a revolutionary home use wrap with an advanced red light phototherapy technology, the same that is used in professional med spas and clinics, but in a portable belt you can use from the comfort of your home for a fraction of the cost. So it's fast and effective for lipolysis of fat cells for fat loss, reduction and appearance of cellulite. So we're kind of getting near summer. I figured this would be like the perfect time to kind of do this video for any of you specifically.
Get your body
interested in kind of,
bikini
like,
ready.
reducing fat loss in stubborn areas or even cellulite. And then it says increased collagen formation for skin rejuvenation. And I've made many videos on
Take multivitamins.
the LED red light
Take
masks.
multivitamins,
Red light
bruh.
is so amazing for anti-aging and for wrinkles and for healing skin and inflammation. But in addition to that, red light is also used for pain relief, muscle recovery, especially like after the gym. If you're sore, you can use red light. But I want to just read more about the fat loss component of it. So in terms of fat loss, the red light helps to drain toxins from fat cells, stimulate calorie burning, boost your metabolism, and enhance ATP production, resulting in a healthier, slimmer you. And then I also just wanted to read quickly about the cellulite as well. It says, since red and near infrared light promote and enhance blood circulation and the release of fatty acids from fat cells, it may be one of the best and most effective methods to reduce stubborn fat and cellulite. Pairing exercise with red light therapy.
Are you sponsored? Yeah, you are. Yeah, you are. I'm less inclined to believe anything you fucking say. How is it in a year? Well, 4.2K views, only 2. Okay.
Is one of the most effective ways to reduce body fat and cellulite. So that's basically the gist of what I'm going to read.
Love her.
I'm not going to really focus on the
room.
other components of it. I can do a separate video for anti-aging purposes and how I use it. Now I want to show you how easy it is to use. So obviously when you get this belt, this is what it looks like right here. These are all the red light diodes that you see. This is super lightweight and it's really comfortable.
Yeah, these little like those little like flat LED looking shits.
Now, this will come with a plug to plug into the wall, but what I recommend getting when you do get this
is a battery pack.
Getting at least one of these power banks, because then you can wear this wherever you go. You can wear this cleaning, which I like to do. You can wear it cooking. You can wear it like getting ready in the morning. You're supposed to wear it for 20 minutes. That's usually what I do. And there's kind of like a specific protocol on how you do it, which I'm going to get into in a little bit. So I'm going to show you how this actually works. So basically, if I can find right here, as you guys can see, I'm going to plug this in right there, and immediately, if I'm not like blinding you guys, you see this is the red light. So this is where the magic happens, and then this battery pack will tell you, it'll light up like right there. I don't know if you can see the blue lights, but it'll tell you when it needs to be recharged. So I love this. And then next, how you put it on, you're going to wrap it around like so, and then there's Velcro.
So, like, is your tummy exposed to the red? I mean, I guess it would go through the fabric, but...
all over. There's a bunch of Velcro, so I'm going to Velcro it right here. So I'm going to just Velcro that and then slide this battery pack in the back so that it's not bothering me. And that's it, you guys. Like, that's how simple it is.
Okay, and then she pushes up on her tummy.
For this, I would just time it. I would set a timer on your phone. If you have the plug, it will actually have a timer on how long you want this to go. But if you're doing it with a battery pack, I would just either keep looking at the clock, time yourself, or set a timer on your phone or your microwave for 20 minutes so you know the time is up. Now, while I'm wearing this, next I want to kind of get into the protocol that is specifically on their website. And when I first got this, I kind of was like ignoring it. But basically, when you are going to use this, you want to make sure you're drinking plenty of water before and plenty of water after, because that's going to help flush out all the toxins. So once you drink, I mean, it says on the website to drink like 2 water bottles before you use this. I just make sure that I've had a decent amount of water. And then you're gonna wear this for 20 minutes. 2
bottles of water are usually about 16 ounces. So you're looking at maybe like 2 to 3 cups of water. That's a lot to have it. You're gonna piss a lot. 2 cups of water. You'll be fine.
If it's 30, if it's a little over, it's not a big deal. So put this on. You can go on the computer.
Honestly, you can. I don't even have a GG subs code. Just fucking fill a shaker bottle. Those are usually like 24 ounces. Fill that bitch up with your favorite GG subs. Shake that bitch and then just chug it. And then wear your stupid light belt.
Listen to music, you can clean, you can get ready, you can do whatever.
Spanish music. Clean the house with some Spanish music. Not only will you have your stupid red light, but you get a workout because you're gonna be dancing.
You could relax.
And then give the credit to the belt. Oh shit.
Have it on, and then once you are done, it says to do 15 to 20 minutes of like exercise, meaning you could just go for a 15 to 20 minute walk You could go on the elliptical, you can go on the treadmill. It doesn't have to be like really heavy duty, but they want you to just do some form of exercise. So usually what I'll do is I have an elliptical downstairs.
They want you to do some sort of exercise, and then when you lose weight, the belt takes the credit for it. You didn't lose weight because you exercised, you lose weight because of the belt.
Am home, and I'll just go on my elliptical for like 15 or 20 minutes. Once the weather starts getting nicer, I'll just go for a walk for the 15 or 20 minutes. You do take the belt off, by the way. You don't keep the belt on while you are working out. Sometimes if I'm going to the gym, I will put this on right before I get in the car and wear this while I'm in the car to the gym, and then take it off right before I go into the gym. So that's just something else that I like to do. And then once you get that 15 to 20 minutes of exercise, just make sure you're drinking tons of water afterwards.
Thank you for showing me how to drink water. I really needed that. That was... I thought I was doing it wrong. I was doing it wrong this whole time.
And that's basically it. And you can do this every day in the beginning. You can do it a couple times a week. It's just totally up to you and your schedule, but it's really, really simple. Now, for like targeting the rest of the body, like cellulite or anything like that, I don't do the working out. I will basically just put it in whatever area I'm working on. Now for me, I don't have a ton of cellulite. Like I have very minimal cellulite. I haven't used this, and I have seen this like little patch kind of getting smaller, but again, like that's not really a primary concern for me at all. But for those of you who do have cellulite, like this is so easy to use. You literally are just gonna say, if you have cellulite on the back of your legs or your buttocks, you're just gonna put the belt underneath you. You can lay down, you can sit, and you're just gonna leave it there for like 20 minutes, and that's it. I would just make sure, obviously, keep drinking a lot of water because you want to flush all these toxins out. Sometimes what I've done too is I will put the belt on my inner thighs as well. But I definitely wanted to share this with you guys. And lastly,
I don't have a lot of cellulite, but I bet that if I did, this belt would work. Sponsored, by the way. Use Ashley 15522 for $50 off.
I was able to get a $50 off.
Yeah.
I actually use it as well. He uses it more for like pain relief. He's got a lot of
Okay, keep talking and then we'll see your stupid
his
discount.
Shoulders and his neck. So at night when we're watching TV, I let him use it. So anyways, I'm gonna stop rambling on. Again, if you guys are interested, look in the description down below. But let me know, have you guys tried any red light devices or red light therapy before? Again, they even offer it at the med spas, but as we all know, med spas can be super expensive. But let me know, I'd be interested to find out. But anyways, that is it. I hope you guys have a wonderful week, and I will see you in my next video. Bye.
You know, she's pretty, so she can get away with it because that's pretty privilege. Let's see how much this usually costs. Her code gives you $50 off. How much is it? The lipo wrap. Excuse me? Excuse me? New shape lipo wrap. What is which?
Most people try to.
No, wait a minute. What's her the new shape lipo red light belt? And she says $50 off, and that it's less expensive than going to the med spa for this stuff. How much is this stupid thing? The red light therapy mask? A mat? There's a mat. It's like $1,600. The first full body red and near infrared light mat. Just do like the dog and put the red light and then just sleep in it. Alchemy hydrogen water bottle. ¿Qué es esto? You don't... Okay, hold on. So what she's trying to sell us is the new shape lipo wrap. This is $549. It's $550. You can get it for $500 with her code. How much is a trip to the med spa? That this is a fraction of the cost. Oh, look, it comes with a little tape measure. Oh my god. One size fits all. It better. Oh, use it for your faith. Use it for your faith. Use it for your thigh. Use it for your butt. What is this alchemy bottle? What is this? ¿Qué es esto? Why is it got is this the time? The Alchemy H2 hydrogen water bottle transforms ordinary water into a powerful wellness tool. Using advanced technology, the Alchemy H2 hydrogen water bottle infuses your water with molecular hydrogen up to 10,000 ppb. Acting as a natural antioxidant and anti-inflammatory, the Alchemy H2 hydrogen water bottle supports cellular health, energy, and recovery. Perfect for anyone focused on wellness and performance. The Alchemy H2 hydrogen water bottle is sleek, portable, and science-backed. Hydrate with intention using the Alchemy H2 hydrogen. What does it do? So it puts more hydrogen in my water. It's a bubbler. It's a bubbler. It's a bubbler. How it works, it gives you bubbles. It generates bubbles. You know what else can generate bubbles into my water? You fucking shake it. All right. You fucking shake it. Fitness. All right. What other dumb shit is in this freaking? This is an MLM. I don't know, bro. I don't care. Trying to tell me caca mierda. I was trying to find the like the belts of old. What's this? Doctor reacts. Get vapor rub. Rub over your tummy. Put race trainer on your stomach and use saran plastic wrap. I've heard of this. This is a mom recipe. Que no hace nada. Wait, why are you putting it on top of the cincher? That's you can't even do it right.
There is no medical evidence that a body wrap or saran wrap wrapped around your waist will help you lose weight or actually burn fat. Now, you may be down a few pounds after using those, but that's mainly due to water loss. In order to burn fat and lose that weight, you need to eat whole foods, those that have not been stripped, processed, or refined. Your natural fruits and vegetables, those that have fiber, that's going to give you satiety, it's going to slow digestion down, it's going to balance insulin and glucose out. You need to cut those carbs. Extra carbs means extra glucose, which means extra insulin. Too much insulin is what stores fat. When you have insulin levels that are low, that's when you burn fat.
Yeah. And now we use Ozempic. Yeah, and Ozempic works by essentially it's a synthetic insulin that doesn't do the sugar stuff. Hot shapers. So there was this one, and then there was the one that like they're like sauna belts.
The most comfortable and effective waistline control shaper and reducing garment. Flattens your tummy, shapes your waistline, and makes you sweat where you need it the most.
Yeah, but that's all water weight.
The good thing about Hot Belt is that it shapes my body simply by putting it on.
Hot Belt, made with Neotex, the latest textile innovation that increases heat by simply coming in contact with your skin. For men and women, Hot Belt. It's comfortable, soft, and effective. And it's easy. You put it on, it molds to your body, you start to sweat, and you lose weight.
But it... Drink a glass of water, get it right back. Don't say nada. Alright, what's this doctor say? I'm assuming. Leonid Kim, MD. I'm assuming this is a doctor. The easiest protocol to erase visceral fat. Doctor explains.
To lose visceral fat by eating less. And you hear it all the time, you just gotta cut the calories. And that works to an extent, but the data shows something that completely flips that approach. Caloric restriction, in practical terms, has a ceiling. And after a certain point, you just stop seeing much additional visceral fat loss. Because as you lose weight, your body starts defending against any additional weight loss. It's an evolutionary survival mechanism, and your body sees fat loss as a threat.
Our bodies are stupid.
So it slows the system down. So you burn fewer calories at rest and you move less even without realizing it. Your body.
Yeah, so our bodies were not made for the times we live in. Our bodies were made for running around and gathering food. And when you're an AFAB, your body is meant to store all those good, soft, squishy nutrients for babies. That's why when you look at ancient statues of fertility goddesses, she got titties and she got mommy milkies and she has waists for days and she got an ass that won't quit and she is rotund and squishy. And it is a fertility goddess because you need all of this nutrient density for baby. You need all this nutrient density for babies. And men and AMABs, you don't need, the idea is that you don't need all that fat. You need muscles. You need muscles so that you can chase that leopard and beat it to getting that caribou. So you can chase that caribou down the valley and throw your man spear and jab it and then take that bitch and throw it over your shoulder and bring it back to the tribe where the woman will cook you a delicious meal while she feeds your babies. We don't do that anymore. We don't do that anymore. Instead, we go to Starbucks and get 8 egg bites, a cake pop, and a fucking sandwich and a fucking panini. That's our hunt. The only thing we're hunting for is big savings on rollback at Walmart. And because of that, our bodies are like, well, we don't really know what to do with that, but you know, we might need this fat for a rainy day. Rainy day that never comes. So, unfortunately, our bodies have not been able to adapt to this because it's only been happening very rapidly in the last, you know, tens of hundreds of years. Our bodies have not been able to adapt to suddenly this big influx of food. Our bodies are just like, oh, we have more access to food. Well, that means we can have more fat because you're totally gonna have babies, right, body? No. But yeah, our bodies suck. Our bodies are not made for these modern times.
Temperature can drop and your hunger and your food noise get louder. So starving yourself is not the answer here. When it comes to visceral fat, adding the right foods is just as important. Because to lose visceral fat, we actually need to add foods that target the specific signals that help create visceral fat in the first place. And when you combine the right foods with the right kind of exercise, the response becomes dose dependent, which means the more of the right signals that you send, the more visceral fat you lose, and you do it much faster. And that changes how you should approach this whole thing, because visceral fat is not just belly fat. It sits deep inside your abdomen. It wraps around your liver and your stomach and your pancreas and your other internal organs. And visceral fat is metabolically active, so it continuously pumps out inflammatory signals. And these signals disrupt your hormones, and they actually create this self-reinforcing loop that eventually leads to things like type 2 diabetes and heart disease and cancer and even dementia. So in this video, I want to walk you through the exact protocol, the specific foods that target visceral fat through 3 different biological
Is it blueberries? Can I just eat blueberries and toast forever?
mechanisms. And then we'll talk about the exercise piece that becomes the multiplier on top of all of that. And I'll show you how you can cut your visceral fat nearly in half in just 8 weeks. And if you're new here, I'm Dr. Leonid Kim. I'm a double board certified physician, and on this channel, my mission is to give you the science and practical tools to live longer and feel better. And standard disclaimer, even though I'm a physician, I'm not your physician. So please talk to your doctor before making any changes to your health regimen, as this video is educational only and not medical advice. So the reason this protocol works is that it targets the exact mechanisms that keep visceral fat locked in place. And there are three of them. And the first one is inflammation. Visceral fat is not just sitting there storing energy, it's actually actively inflamed. The fat cells themselves release inflammatory molecules called cytokines. So they release things like TNF alpha and interleukin 6, and this creates a feedback loop. The fat drives inflammation, and the inflammation makes the fat more resistant to being broken down. So visceral fat, in a sense, protects itself by staying inflamed. But when you bring that inflammation down, you actually break that cycle. So then all that stored fat becomes much easier for your body to mobilize and burn. And there are two levers I want to focus on here because you need both to break the cycle that keeps visceral fat stuck in place. The first lever is omega-3s. And a good food to add here is walnuts. Walnuts are rich in polyunsaturated fats, especially alpha-linoleic acid, or ALA, which is just a plant-based omega-3 fat. And omega-3s directly calm down those inflammatory signals coming from visceral fat. And then another strong source of omega-3s is fatty fish. So you'll be things like salmon or sardines or mackerel. Those are rich in EPA and DHA, and they also help with insulin sensitivity and fatty liver. And the second layer here is polyphenols. And walnuts actually help here too, because walnuts are not just rich in omega-3s, they also contain a lot of polyphenols. These compounds help in a different way. Polyphenols improve how fat is handled and burned, so your body shifts more toward burning energy instead of storing it. And there was an interesting randomized control trial where researchers compared three groups. There was a standard healthy diet group, and then there was a standard Mediterranean diet, and then there was a greener, more polyphenol-rich Mediterranean diet. So both Mediterranean groups got a small handful of walnuts per day, about 28 grams or just a fourth of a cup. But the greener Mediterranean version also added green tea, a daily Mankai shake, and less processed and red meat. And when they measured visceral fat by MRI, the greener, polyphenol-rich Mediterranean group lost almost double the visceral fat compared to the regular Mediterranean group. And this is already showing you why this goes beyond calories in and calories out. Both groups were eating the same number of calories, but the group that added more polyphenol-rich foods lost more than double the visceral fat. Same calories, but very different results. Because the type of food changes
so add walnuts to the diet.
Energy and how it stores this energy. Now, for most people in the US, we don't have.
I love walnuts, so like I'm down to eating more walnuts. Mankai. Now I need to go back to drinking tea. I've mostly just been drinking water, and then occasionally my matcha and my coffee with like very light creamer. And that is only like usually during my stream days, and I'll usually do it like once in one of those 3 days. So other than that, it's just water. But Mankai.
Have an easy access to Mankai or Mankei. I actually don't really know how to pronounce it. I only learned about this from this study, but apparently it's a marine plant, a type of duckweed. But in practical terms, we just want to push our nutrition.
Does Canada have Aldi? I think it does, but I don't live near one. But my grocery store has walnuts. I can get walnuts.
More polyphenol-rich direction with things like leafy greens or berries. But just type of duckweed. Yeah. But in practical terms, we just want to push our nutrition in a more polyphenol-rich direction with things like leafy greens or berries. But just keep in mind.
So leafy greens and berries. Blueberries tend to be the best one because they have all those good antioxidants. And then, yeah, your leafy greens, so your spinach, so your kale, so your romaine, and more spinach, more spinach. Eat more spinach. I actually found a recipe where you could take spinach and you blanch it, and then you add like a little bit of salt and pepper and like goshugaru, and then like a teeny weeny bit of oil, not too much oil because the oil will be fucking you up. And then you make it delicious. And then some chives. The chives are just more green. So then you make your spinach delicious. This is why freaking Asians are so skinny.
Mankai is not just rich in polyphenols, it's also a complete source of protein. So if we really wanted to replicate this, we still want to
Add
get
some carrots too, make a carrot salad.
Now the second mechanism that keeps visceral fat locked in place is insulin resistance. When your body becomes resistant to insulin, your cells just stop responding to it efficiently. So your pancreas is forced to pump out more and more insulin to try to clear all that excess glucose in the blood. And chronically elevated insulin directly promotes fat storage, especially around your organs. This is why people with insulin resistance also tend to disproportionately accumulate fat around the abdomen and around those internal organs,
the
even
pot
when their
belly.
total calorie intake hasn't changed. So anything that improves...
Yeah, so you know you have the problem when you have that round pot belly. That means you have a lot of that, you have a lot of this fat. Like, there's this fat, but this is the fat that makes that pot belly, because this then pushes this, which then pushes this, and then you got that wah. So, like, if we're looking at the thing again, so ataki, this is fat, and then there's the muscle and the tissue, and then aquí hay más fat.
Organs, even when their total calorie intake hasn't changed. So anything that improves how your body responds to insulin is going to make it easier to clear visceral fat. And there are two really good foods to do this, but they do it in two very different pathways. And the first one is broccoli sprouts, and this is probably the most underrated food on this list. Broccoli sprouts are packed with a compound called sulforaphane. It's a compound that activates a pathway called NRF2, and NRF2 is like this internal control center for inflammation.
Where do you find broccoli sprouts?
When NRF2 turns on, it actually activates a whole network of genes that protects your mitochondria, and they reduce inflammation at the cellular level. And this is just as important. Sulforaphane also tells the liver to slow down gluconeogenesis, which is when your liver produces new glucose on its own. So now you're getting better blood sugar control from two different directions all at once. Now, why broccoli sprouts and not regular broccoli? Because broccoli sprouts have anywhere from 20 to 100 times more sulforaphane precursors than the mature vegetable. So just a small handful of sprouts can deliver more sulforaphane than an entire head of broccoli. And most people can get good benefits with about a half a cup per day, ideally raw or mixed into a salad.
But where do you get broccoli? Would it just be just sprouts? Because, like, it's not bean sprouts. Or like alfalfa.
Or you can even blend it into a smoothie. But an important side note, sulforaphane clears your system pretty quickly. So ideally, we want to eat just a little bit, but every day, as opposed to big loads once a week. Now, in terms of where to find them, some grocery stores carry broccoli sprouts in the produce section. It's usually near herbs and microgreens, but the availability could be hit or miss depending on where you live. So if you can't find them at a grocery store, or if you want a cheaper alternative, they're actually very easy to grow at home. You just need a mason jar and some broccoli sprouting seeds, and you can grow them in about 5 days. There's lots of tutorials on YouTube that
just get broccoli seeds and make them at home.
They're pretty easy to follow, and it costs a fraction of what you pay at the store. And broccoli sprouts aren't the
if you don't live near a coastal state, essentially,
food that moves the needle on insulin signaling. Other high-yield foods would be something like dark chocolate, but it has to be dark chocolate with at least an 85% or higher cacao content. And then we always talk about them, but berries are also very good for that. And then don't forget fermented foods like kimchi and sauerkraut. All of them have evidence behind them for improving insulin sensitivity, but they all work through different pathways. Okay, now let's talk about the third mechanism. So we talked about breaking the inflammation cycle and then fixing that insulin signaling, but your body also needs the signal to actually start
I get 70%. I'm trying to see. This one doesn't say what percentage of cacao it is. Honestly, 85 is not that bad. It's not that bad. 85 is not that bad. You can drizzle it on some berries. Like, you can melt it and then like dip strawberries in it, and then you can get some of that sweetness back.
Fat. So this is where extra virgin olive oil comes in. The polyphenols in olive oil activate two specific pathways. The first one is your AMPK pathway, which is basically your body's energy sensor. When AMPK turns on, it tells your cells to start pulling from fat stores and burning them for fuel. And then the second pathway is called the SIRT1 pathway. So this one improves how efficiently your mitochondria operate, especially in your muscles. So not only does your body get the signal to burn fat, it actually gets better at doing it. And there's a study published in the European Journal of Nutrition that showed this exact pattern. So this was a double-blind, randomized control trial where they compared extra virgin olive oil to soybean oil. So both groups ate the same number of calories, and they had the same calorie deficit. And the result was the olive oil group lost 80% more body fat than the soybean oil group, all with just 25 milliliters per day, which is about 1.5 tablespoons.
Yeah.
So same calories and same deficit.
And that's the easiest way to do that is to just limit your cooking to a tablespoon of the oil. So, ahí ya va.
Deficit, but completely different outcomes, because olive oil was telling the body to burn more fat. And that's the deeper point here. The quality of
I wonder if you dipped your finger in oil and then just like sucked your finger, if that little bit of oil would do anything. No creo. But interesting.
the calories can lead.
Because I know there are some old wives' tales where it's like, oh, if you sip warm water with apple cider vinegar, that's also supposed to help you lose weight. Because apple cider vinegar is a fucking miracle and can really be good for like anything from like regulating your digestive system to freaking softening your clothes. But I don't know.
Lead to very different outcomes, even when the calorie math looks identical. So that's the food piece in this protocol. Now, if you go a step further and you add exercise, that's where the results can start to compound, and this is how you can start losing visceral fat much quicker. In some cases, just weeks. But there is an important layer to this. There was a large meta-analysis of 84 studies that compared every major type of exercise to see which ones actually reduce visceral fat. And the ones that came out on top were exercises that were done at higher intensity. So this would be vigorous intensity aerobic exercise and high intensity interval training. And there was a study published in Diabetes Care that showed just how powerful this can be. So in their study protocol, just 2 45-minute cycling sessions per week at moderate to vigorous intensity, plus an additional intermittent training session. So 3 sessions per week total, reduce visceral fat by 48%, almost half, and they did all that in just 8 weeks. Now on top of all that, the intervention group also lost 18% of their subcutaneous fat. Now this was a very small study, but the direction is consistent with larger meta-analyses. And then there was something else that was fascinating in the study. The participants lost almost half of their visceral fat, but the scale stayed almost the same. And that's something I talk with my patients all the time. We can't live and die by the scale because it's a pretty poor metric of progress when it comes to visceral fat. So if you're doing all the right things, but the scale is not moving, that doesn't mean it's not working. Now, for most of these studies, they'll look at moderate to vigorous intensity, so at least 40 to 60% of maximum heart rate reserve. And a lot of smartwatches or fitness trackers nowadays can calculate this for you in real time. But keep in mind that we can't always rely on our heart rate to calculate these categories, because there could be some variations, especially if you're on medications like beta blockers, which can lower your heart rate. And a lot of these heart rate trackers, like in your Apple Watch or your Garmin, can also give you a heart rate zone to shoot for. So moderate intensity exercise would be somewhere in the zone 2 range, and vigorous intensity would be around zone 3 or zone 4. But once again, this relies on your heart rate, and these zone references are not really standardized between manufacturers. I think the easiest way to track this, and this is what I do, is to do a talk test. So you know you're in the moderate intensity zone if you can still talk comfortably in phrases or short sentences, but you're just slightly winded. And another way to think about it is you can still talk, but you can't sing. Now, a lot of that might sound intimidating, especially
walking up
if
at
this
an
is not
incline
part of
can
your
get you
routine.
there too.
But moderate intensity doesn't mean sprinting. For a lot of people, especially if
power
you're just starting
walking.
out, this could be a brisk walk or walking uphill or
See, like walking uphill, I knew what he meant. I know this. I've done all of this.
cycling
Believe
at a
me.
steady pace. And in the studies that showed the best results, participants didn't start at full intensity on day 1. They actually ramped up over several weeks to even several months. So the goal is to work your way up gradually to higher and higher intensity and not jump straight to the top, because that's how you injure yourself. And if you have a heart condition, definitely talk to your doctor to see what level of intensity is right for you, because everybody's different. So all you need is just 2 or 3 sessions per week, 45 minutes per session. And it really doesn't matter what type of exercise you choose as long as you incorporate intensity. And maybe even more important than that is consistency. Because a slow 20-minute walk done every day is much better than an all-out 60-minute HIIT session done once a week. And here's the part that changes this whole equation. There was a study published in the British Journal of Sports Medicine, and they found that with exercise, the
See,
more
I
you
like
do...
this guy over the bitch trying to sell me a fucking belt that she sponsored to sell me, because he's citing actual studies. Like, I can look this up and see if he's lying or not. I won't.
more
He's
visceral
already a
fat
doctor.
you lose it in a dose-dependent manner. But with caloric restriction, they did not see the same response. There was a ceiling to how much caloric restriction helps, but there was no ceiling to how much movement helps. So you absolutely do not need to starve yourself to lose visceral fat. Just target all the right foods that we talked about and aim for a small calorie deficit. But if you want to speed up the process, just pull the lever on aerobic exercise and intensity. All right, I hope this was helpful. Stay healthy, and I'll see you in the next one.
Thank you, Dr. Kim. So he essentially said, if you're going to cook, use a little bit of olive oil, no more than a tablespoon a day. If you are going to insert movement and you're just starting out, you can do half an hour to 45 minute a brisk walk, or even just walking up a slight incline. So if you know a nice little hill, you can walk up to that. 2 to 3 times a week is usually pretty damn good. Obviously, watching what you're eating. So he's recommending things like walnuts, and we have salmones. So things with omega-3s or peripherals or what was it?
We got some fruits, vegetables, and fruit.
It's not just any fruits and vegetables. Polyphenols, polyphenols, and those were in walnuts. Some berries and broccoli sprouts can do that. Because like he said, the reason fat can be hard to lose is because if they're already inflamed, they're already resistant to being burned because they're already inflamed. Then there's berries and dark chocolate, but it has to be 85 or more for the insulin resistance. I'm surprised he didn't mention cinnamon, because cinnamon is also good for making sure your blood sugar doesn't spike. So like taking, for example, like if you're trying to watch your sweet intake, but like let's say you're having a banana, you can sprinkle a little bit of cinnamon onto that banana, and that helps your blood sugar not spike. So he says broccoli sprouts. He also mentioned earlier like leafy greens for things like
How to pronounce it. I only learned about this from this study, but apparently it's a marine plant, a type of duckweed. But in practical terms, we just want to push our nutrition in a more polyphenol-rich direction with things like leafy greens or berries. But just keep
polyphenols. Again, going back to polyphenols, leafy greens and berries have a lot of polyphenols, which kind of tell your body, hey, this fat doesn't need to be as inflamed. It's like he said, the cycle keeping fat locked.
3 of them. And the first one is inflammation. Visceral fat is not just sitting there storing energy, it's actually actively inflamed. The fat cells themselves release inflammatory molecules called cytokines. So they release things like TNF-alpha and interleukin-6, and this creates a feedback loop. The fat drives inflammation, and the inflammation makes the fat more resistant to being broken down. So visceral fat, in a sense, protects itself by staying inflamed. But when you bring that inflammation down, you actually break that cycle. So then all that stored fat becomes much easier for your body to mobilize and burn. And there are 2 levers I want to focus on here because you need both to break the cycle that keeps visceral fat stuck in place. The first lever is omega-3s, and a good food to add.
So omega-3s and polyphenols are what will tell your body fat, your visceral and your body fat, to stop being inflamed. And you have to bring down the inflammation. That swollen, bloated feeling, you got to stop that. And that's where he's saying leafy greens, walnuts, berries. So your spinach, your blueberries, your walnuts, your kale, and the darker greenies, the better greenies. Leafy, dark greenies. Bardu said, chard, don't do chard if you have kidney stones. So yeah. And then when it came to, he also mentioned olive oil later on here. Because the second thing was the insulin resistance. and in those sorts of things.
Resistance. When your body becomes resistant to insulin, your cells just stop responding to it efficiently. So your pancreas is forced to pump out more and more insulin to try to clear all the excess glucose in the blood. And chronically elevated insulin directly promotes fat storage, especially around your organs. This is why people with insulin resistance also tend to disproportionately accumulate
That's why insulin resistance, things like diabetes and they have this more bloated tummy.
fat around the abdomen and around those internal organs, even when their total calorie intake hasn't changed. So anything that improves how your body responds to insulin is going to make it easier to clear visceral fat. And there are two really good foods to do this, but they do it in two very different pathways. And the first one is broccoli sprouts. And this is probably the most underrated food on this list. Broccoli sprouts are packed with a compound called sulforaphane.
Sulforaphane. So he says broccoli sprouts have a fuck ton of these, but these might be hard to find depending on where you're located in your grocery store. But one way to circumvent this is to buy broccoli seeds and plant them yourself. And broccoli sprouts usually pop up in about 5 days. Once you've got your broccoli sprouts, pluck those bitches, and you don't have to eat a bunch of them. This is a little bit at a time. So you can add them to a sandwich, kind of like your alfalfa sprouts. You can put them in a thing. You could even like do a little stir fry, or just fucking eat them like a rabbit.
It's a
like,
compound that
I'd probably
activates
eat them
a
like a
pathway
rabbit
called
and
NRF2.
get it out of the
And
way.
NRF2 is like this internal control center for inflammation and oxidative stress. When NRF2 turns on, it actually activates a whole network of genes that protects your mitochondria, and they reduce inflammation at the
And that's the
cellular level.
powerhouse
And
of
this
the
is just as
cell.
important. Sulforaphane also tells the liver to slow down gluconeogenesis, which is when your liver produces new glucose on its own. So now you're getting better blood sugar control from two different directions all at once. Now, why broccoli sprouts and not regular broccoli? Because broccoli sprouts have anywhere from 20 to
Yeah, so this has a lot more than broccoli. Obviously, you can just eat a lot of broccoli, but I would rather have like a cup of these than like 5 bowls of broccoli for the same amount of sulforaphane. So I would rather just go buy broccoli seeds and just like have broccoli.
to 100 times more sulforaphane
I'm tempted
precursors
to get
than the
broccoli
mature
seeds
vegetable.
now.
So just a small handful of sprouts can deliver more sulforaphane than an entire head of broccoli. And most people can get good benefits with about a half a cup.
And you don't have to worry about the spiders, about the little dumb broccoli bugs. That's another thing too. You don't gotta worry about the broccoli bugs if you plant your own.
Day, ideally raw or mixed into a salad, or you can even blend it into a smoothie. But
Oh.
an important side note, sulforaphane clears your system pretty quickly. So ideally, we want to eat just a little bit, but every day, as opposed to big loads once a week. Now, in terms of where to find them,
Yeah.
some grocery stores carry broccoli sprouts in the produce.
So you want a little bit every day, not a bunch in one sitting. And then yeah, mentions the dark chocolate, but it has to be 85% or higher cacao content. You can have it melted in your mouth, or you or just kind of like nibble on it, or you can like melt it. This is where you can use, funnily enough, a little bit of olive oil. Or if you're willing to let this be like a little treat, a teeny weeny bit of coconut oil, very little amount. You don't need a lot, and that way you can melt it and then like dip fruit in it. You could honestly just melt it on its own. It just kind of depends on the cocoa butter content. Although there's not going to be much in this if it's 85% cacao. But yeah, you can just melt that and put it on those fruits that you're supposed to be eating. Put it on your fucking broccoli sprouts. I don't know.
At least an 85% or higher cacao content. And then we always talk about them, but berries are also very good for that. And then don't forget fermented foods like kimchi and sauerkraut. All of them have evidence behind, and that's the deep.
And again, once more, this is why Asian people are skinny, because he's like kimchi and sauerkraut.
For that. And then
He also mentioned earlier, again with like the leafy greens, and how I saw a recipe where a Korean lady was like, I always wondered why kids didn't like their spinach. They didn't have their spinach like this. And she blanched spinach, she put salt, pepper, gochujang, sesame seeds, and like a little bit of oil, and mixed it all up. And it was like, bam, now your spinach is delicious. And it's like, well, yeah, I would fucking eat nothing but spinach if that's how it tasted like.
And don't forget fermented
I don't know if you're looking at road broccoli sprouts. Yeah, they grow in like 5 days.
foods like kimchi and sauerkraut.
Yeah, so kimchi and sauerkraut, all that, like, so fermented foods also have all that stuff. Kombucha is fermented tea. That could also help. Ultimately, looking at calorie deficiency, usually 15 to 30, and when you aren't eating as much, gotta be more mindful. Whole reason the body stores fat because it thinks it needs to prep. Person wants to burn, but the body doesn't.
All of them
Yeah.
have evidence behind them for improving insulin sensitivity, but they all work through different pathways. Okay, now let's talk about the third mechanism. So we talked about breaking the inflammation cycle and then fixing that insulin signaling, but your body also needs the signal to actually start burning stored fat. So this is where extra virgin olive oil comes in. The polyphenols in olive oil activate two specific pathways. The first one is your AMPK pathway, which is basically your body's energy sensor. When AMPK turns on, it tells your cells to start pulling from fat stores and burning them for fuel. And then the second pathway is called the SIRT1 pathway. So this one improves how efficiently your mitochondria operate, especially in your muscles. So not only does your body get the signal to burn fat, it actually gets better at doing it. And there's a study published in the European Journal of Nutrition that showed this exact pattern. So this was a double blind.
Essentially it showed that women lost more fat when they incorporated extra virgin olive oil into their cooking or into their food. Whether it be something you drizzle on your salad, which is why I'm like, can I just like dip my finger in oil and be like, nah, and then that's my oil for the day? Like, it's usually saying at least a tablespoon to a tablespoon and a half though, and I'm not fucking taking a shot of oil every day. Like, bleh.
Randomized control trial where they compared extra virgin olive oil to,
because apparently the polyphenols in olive oil tell the body to burn fat.
soybean oil. So both groups ate the same number of calories and they had the same calorie deficit. And the result was
it's also why like olive oil for a brief moment in time and like once upon a time was like also considered a superfood, because it was like, oh, this is made with olive oil. This now with olive oil. This now made with olive oil. Because of like studies like this that showed that, hey, people that incorporated olive oil into their diet and to cook versus corn oil, soybean, sesame, all those other oils, they lost more weight. Because the olive oil tells the body, hey, we need to lose weight. But it still depends on what you're eating. You still have like, it depends on what you're eating. Like, if I'm freaking deep frying a Twinkie in olive oil, the olive oil can only do so much. I'm still eating a deep fried Twinkie. So it depends on what you're doing with this oil. If I'm doing this oil to now say create like a nice little stir fry with some salmon, then yeah, that olive oil is gonna be like, yeah, body, burn that fat and the omegas and the other good deliciousness and all its other, thingies. They're gonna be a superpower. And then you take an upward incline walk and then you throw up on the way down because you don't work out after eating.
The olive oil group lost 80% more body fat than the soybean oil group.
I have to see the study, but I suspect a big part of that is replacing vegetable oil. Yeah, well, it said in Europe, and I think he cites the study.
Deficit. And the result was,
I think he cites the study.
Nutrition that showed this exact pattern.
It just says PMID 36175997. That might be the ID for the study itself.
It actually gets better at doing it. And there's a study published in the European Journal of Nutrition.
The European Journal of Nutrition. The European Journal of Nutrition, and I'm guessing this was called Consumption of Extra Virgin. I guess look up European Journal of Nutrition. I guess look up this PM ID, because that looks like it might be the ID for the study. And then olive oil and see what you get.
Exact pattern. So this
but it said compared to soybean oil.
Olive oil to soybean oil.
So they compared it to soybean oil.
So both groups ate the same number of calories and they had the same calorie deficit. And the result was the olive oil group lost 80% more body fat than the soybean oil group.
Yeah.
Only just 25 milliliters per day, which is about 1.5 tablespoons. So same calories and same deficit, but completely different outcomes. Because olive oil was telling the body to burn more fat. And that's the deeper point here. The quality of the calories can lead to very different outcomes. Easier for your body.
It's one thing to eat like a bag of potato chips versus a baked potato. There's a different quality. Since my suspicion here is that it's saying EV olive oil is way better for you than vegetable, which wouldn't be saying EV is good for you so much as the rest are garbage. But yeah, I found the study, yeah.
Body to mobilize and burn. And there are two levers I want to focus on here.
So yeah, this is for the inflammation again. I'm just going back to it just to listen.
Stuck in place. The first lever is omega-3s. And a good food to add here is walnuts. Walnuts are rich in polyunsaturated fats, especially alpha-linoleic acid, or ALA, which is just a plant-based omega-3 fat. And omega-3s directly calm down those inflammatory signals coming from visceral fat.
So yeah, so if you don't want to eat fish because you're vegan or vegetarian, just walnuts. It's got the omega-3s you need too.
And then another directly
Yeah.
calm down those inflammatory signals coming from visceral fat. And then another strong source of omega-3s is fatty fish. So it would be things like salmon or sardines or mackerel. Those are rich in EPA and DHA, and they also help with insulin sensitivity and fatty liver. And the second layer here is
Get that heckin' sashimi in.
polyphenols. And walnuts actually help here too, because walnuts are not just rich in omega-3s, they also contain a lot of polyphenols. These compounds help in a different way. Polyphenols improve how fat is handled and burned, so your body shifts more toward burning energy instead of storing it. And there was an interesting randomized control trial where researchers compared 3 groups. There was a standard healthy diet group, and then there was a standard Mediterranean diet, and then there was a greener, more polyphenol-rich Mediterranean diet. So both Mediterranean groups get a small handful of walnuts per day.
And it said 28 grams or just a fourth of a cup of walnuts a day.
About 28 grams or just a fourth of a cup. But the greener Mediterranean version also added green tea, a daily monk eye shake, and
And then the greener, the even healthier Mediterranean diet had a monkai shake, had green tea, and then less processed food, and then less red meat.
less processed and red meat. And when they measured visceral fat by MRI, the greener polyphenol-rich Mediterranean group lost almost double the visceral fat compared to the regular Mediterranean group. And this is already showing you why this goes beyond calories in and calories out. Both groups were
Yeah. So that all being said, I think this was a very educational video compared to the other caca videos that we saw with the lady with her stupid red light belt and the guy with his stupid ab belt that he gave up on his own fucking challenge. Where's the puppy with the red light? Like there's like this dog where apparently like red light therapy is good for dogs. But this is more so for their skin. If they're having skin issues, like again, like a bulldog or a pit bull or like a dog that doesn't have hair. 5 minutes of red light therapy. Look at that squunchy face. Oh, I love her. God, having owned 2 bulldogs, I'm a sucker for that scrunchy face. Look at that, mooey. I look at her, so calm. Yeah.
I love you. Okay.
We use red light before the
Didn't
pain
mean to
ever
leave you.
starts.
You were eating your dinner and then you turned around and we were gone. We love you.
Yeah. So then, is red light more effective on the bottom or top? Stands for intervertebral disc disease, spine issue that can affect dogs. Thankfully, I don't think mine had that issue. But yeah, like I've seen red light in these cases. Seeing your German Shepherd getting red light therapy. Like, I genuinely believe that red light has something, but I don't think, like, weight loss and shit is gonna super help. And even then, this still has to be mixed with, like, a good diet. It still has to be mixed with regular exercise. Me hearing Paris Hilton's dog lived to 23 because of red light therapy. The problem is that Paris Hilton's dog also had access to the best food Paris Hilton could afford. So, like, again, de nuevo, like, how true is that? But yeah, red light's also been shown to work for, like, healing and stuff. So I do believe there is some basis in it. But I'm also gonna be a little bit dubious over a chick that's sponsored to sell me a red light belt for $500. Like, no thank you. I'll probably buy it more for my dog than for me. And again, like, these sorts of, like, little nodules, like, these little sorts of lights, like, I'm pretty sure they're not hard to get. This isn't like you take a light and you just turn it to red and then you have this. It has to be this specific type of light. But I'm pretty sure these little nodules aren't, like, super expensive. I don't know. LED light therapy. Yeah, I don't know. I think that's it, though, for today. I think I had enough fun for stuff. I was thinking about that waist belt and thinking about all the stuff my mom had told me in terms of like, oh, you need to lose weight because your wedding's coming up and stuff. But I mean, I'll consider walnuts. Maybe I'll buy a bag of broccoli seeds and like I'll reuse this like gummy worm tray and plant. I still have like gardening dirt and maybe plant some broccoli sprouts. I don't know. Maybe get some spinach. I don't know. We've still got how many weeks? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. We got about 7 weeks until the wedding. And that's 7 weeks that I can still turn something around. Jester and I have been trying to go on walks. He's been trying to get me to help to go on walks with him, and I'm not against it.
Go on walks with me.
It's just I have to like not be depressed. But
We'll do it anyways.
But yeah, I think I'm gonna head out for now. I wasn't expecting to have a couple silly react vids. I might cut them and clip them. I might cut them and edit them a little bit and maybe like do some react stuff with them. See what that does. It'll be something to work on and get done. If I can feel productive. Productivity tends to help me feel good. But I think I'm gonna head out. I'm not gonna worry about a raid or anything. I don't. We've only got 5 people on Twitch and like 4 people on YouTube. We're not gonna worry about raiding or anything. Depending on how things go, I might stream later in the week to get some makeup days. Hopefully I'm in a better mental so that maybe I can do some more note taking. I've got 2 weeks to really hammer in some notes for Gilligan's, whether it's on or off stream. And yeah, do you want to go for a walk in a little bit, Jester? Maybe in a little bit, or are you? Yeah, maybe we'll go on a little walk. Maybe we'll walk up the hill and then down the stairs. And that way we have a little bit of a walkies. The doctor says 20 minutes every day or 2 to 3 walkies, 2 to 3 45-minute walkies. So if I try to incorporate walkies and I try to do the good eat, then maybe I lose the fat and feel better about myself. Why am I getting ready to cry? Stop it. Anywho, I'm gonna try not to go into food eating disorder territory though, because I don't want to get into that again. But we'll try. We'll try. I've mostly been just having bread and toast. I've just been having toasted bread most of these days. But at least it's better than like candy and chips. So I'll take that for the micro win it might be. But I hope you all have a good night and thank you for spending time with me. Even if it was a mostly depresso. Make sure you take your multivitamins. I'm going to be taking my calcium and magnesium again. I'm going to put that at my desk so I can but it's in front of me and I see it. But I'm going to head out. Y'all have a wonderful night. Bye-bye.